Well, I've got 6 o'clock on my clock. Miss Burgess, are you all set?
All set.
Thank you. So welcome everyone and good evening. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, July 27th, 2021. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Councilmember Sparks.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Vice Mayor Lamon will not be joining us this evening.
Thank you. And Mayor Moore.
Present. Thank you very much. So if you would all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this point, I'd be looking for approval of the minutes and notice of the waiving of the Cotati City Council regular meeting of June 22nd, 2021.
Move to approve. This is Councilmember Harvey. Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Let that show as a 4-0 vote with one absence. Okay, now we'll go on to announcements. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The City Council may or may not choose to respond to comments as the government code allows. However, if the City Council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements that the City Council or its members believe are incorrect, misinformed, or purposefully biased. Measurettes S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up at nixle.com or by texting your zip to 888-777. Like always, we'd love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or at info@cotaticity.org. If you have any non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. So now we will move on to presentations. And we have a presentation from Daily Acts on their annual report.
Hi, thank you so much. I think Lauren's got a couple of slides to queue up for me. Perfect, thank you so much. So good evening, everybody. My name is Serena and I'm a programs coordinator with Daily Acts. I have been running water conservation education programs with the City of Cotati for a little over 2 years now. If you don't know us, Daily Acts is an environmental education nonprofit that supports the City of Cotati's water conservation and stormwater education outreach by creating programs that address the nexus between water conservation and climate mitigation. So tonight, I'm excited to present to you a short overview of what engaging programs we were able to offer Cotati residents in the past year, with a little sneak peek of the year ahead. We're currently experiencing what may become the driest period ever recorded in our region, so we have to ensure that we're all doing our part to preserve and extend our water supply. We really hope to encourage and inspire Cotati residents to make every drop count with our proposed programs for this next fiscal year. So before we dive into next year, I just wanted to give a really quick overview of some of the programs we were still able to accomplish last year. So first and foremost, I'm so grateful that we were able to continue our programming last year, despite the year that we had, especially my favorite program, the Creek Week Cleanup. I wanted to say thank you to the City of Cotati for your continued support in our work. I think it's been a really cool opportunity to have recorded webinars as a resource for people who are interested in pursuing hands-on solutions to implementing water conservation in their homes and in our community. So we started last year with a webinar series with irrigation expert Chris Loomis that we called Diving into Drip Irrigation. In the first webinar, we were able to cover all the basics of installing and implementing a drip irrigation system. In the second webinar, we were able to dive a little deeper and explore the realm of troubleshooting an existing irrigation system, which everyone here who's ever done anything with irrigation knows it's way harder to do than even installing a new system. Then we had our virtual Creek Week cleanup, where I created a quick webinar that was geared towards kids about stormwater pollution and encouraged Cotati residents to go out on their own Creek Week cleanup and report back their findings with a scavenger hunt. I know a few Cotati City Council members even participated in that one, which was really fun. While I was so grateful to be able to hold that program virtually, I really hope that this year we can do it in person, because really nothing beats that in-person group energy of doing a cleanup together. We've had some wonderful volunteers come out to learn about water-wise landscaping and do maintenance at Pocket Park, including a volunteer group from World Centric and our Eco Club youth leadership that were out there just last month. We were able to participate in spreading the word for the Eco-Friendly Garden Tour, which was still virtual this past year. And we hosted our really casual, fun, informative garden conversations meeting afterwards with the Habitat Corridor Project and Laguna Foundation. And finally, our senior programs coordinator, Annie, was able to host a webinar on growing healthy soils in May, because nurturing healthy soils is not only the first step to growing healthy plants, but it also helps you save water. And all of these webinars that I just talked about could be found on our website at dailyaxe.org/webinars if you're interested in seeing any of those recordings. I'm really grateful to have had the opportunity to work alongside the City of Cotati to provide these programs to Cotati residents. I did want to take this time to announce that I've officially transitioned my position to communications coordinating. So I will be so excited to continue to support the City of Cotati through drought messaging in this coming year. But I would actually like to pass the presentation off now to my colleague, Connor Devane, who will be handling all the in-person programs from now on with Cotati. Connor, go ahead and take it.
Thank you, Serena. Good evening, everybody. My name is Connor Devane. I'm a programs coordinator with Daily Axe. Thanks for the introduction, Serena. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this next year of programming with the City of Cotati. We have a lot of exciting things in store for you. We have a few programs that are familiar, that we all love, and then we have a few that I'm really excited that to be pushing into new territory. So if we could skip maybe 2 slides ahead, I'm just going to give you all a quick overview of some of what we have coming up. So as Serena mentioned, we have the Creek Week cleanup. Hopefully, we're planning this year for an in-person event pending health guidelines. Fingers crossed on that. Based out of Pocket Park. And speaking of Pocket Park, as always, we will be doing 2 seasonal maintenance days, one in the fall and one in early spring, with the idea on both of those of assessing the needs of the space, but really trying to prep the space as it moves into the winter season, and then give the plants and the soil their best shot for vigorous, healthy growth as we roll into spring. So I look forward to seeing some of you out there to help out with Pocket Park, to learn about watershed health and soil health and water-wise management and so much more. So on the newer side, we're going to have 2 different installation events. Well, technically 3. So the first one on our next slide here, we have put together an application that will be going live soon for 2 City of Cotati residents to have their currently irrigated turf lawns transformed into water-wise habitat gardens. So this will be volunteer-driven events, opportunities for community education, as well as really incredible water savings. We will be sheet mulching these turf lawns in the fall, which is a process of composting a lawn in place, which will boost soil health, water retention, reduce stormwater runoff, and also prep the landscape for planting, which we'll do in the spring, again with volunteers. This all in connection with the city's Cash for Grass program. So with that in mind, Daily Acts will be working with homeowners to design landscapes working off of the approved list of plants for the Cash for Grass program. So if you are a resident of Cotati, keep an eye out for that application coming out soon. Even sooner than the home site transformation, really excited to be offering, in partnership with the city, a laundry to landscape gray water reuse system installation. So we'll similarly be having an application process to choose one resident for a free system installation to take the water from your washing machine and pump it out into the landscape to conserve water, boost soil health, many co-benefits. This will be paired with an informational presentation at the selected resident's home to educate community members who are likewise curious about installing gray water in their own homes. And the install itself will also be open to volunteers to get some hands-on experience for this very DIY-friendly water saving and climate mitigation solution. So that's really just at a glance, but we're very excited to be continuing some of these traditional programs that have history with Daily Acts and the city of Cotati, but also to be pushing into new territory and kind of expanding on ways that we can be taking care of our creek, the Russian River watershed, taking care of our community, and even the climate. So I look forward to meeting some of you at these work days, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you all today.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Serena. At this point, I will open it up to the council if they have any questions or comments. Councilmember Sparks.
Just wanted to thank you for being here and for that great presentation. I'm excited to see some of these things happening. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions from the council. I do have a couple of questions, and I don't know if it would be appropriate for Connor to ask this or to answer this, or Serena. You talked about a virtual Creek Week cleanup. What's a virtual cleanup look like?
So yeah, I put together a webinar that was geared towards kids. So just talking a little bit about what stormwater pollution is, how it happens, actions you can take at home to prevent it. And then I actually created a scavenger hunt checklist for people to fill out and encouraged people to go on their own Creek Week cleanups along the creek side in Cotati last year.
And that was directed toward the University Academy here in Cotati?
We typically for the Creek Week cleanup focus on the section of creek that's directly located behind Pocket Park.
Okay. Okay, so I was just curious if that outreach was directed toward the school that's right here, or just in
general. Are you referring to Sonoma State University, or? No,
the little university that's down the street, the school, the grade school.
Oh, we do talk to them sometimes, yes, but I know they are technically located in Rohnert Park. So.
Okay. And did you guys do any outreach to any of the Thomas Page Academy students?
Not to Thomas Page Academy, no, but that's a good pointer for next time.
So what did the outreach consist of?
The outreach just consisted of, we have a list of Cotati constituents that we reach out to via our e-blast, and we have a really good connection with Sonoma State University students as well. Their group Jump typically comes out to a lot of our events.
That's terrific. Typically in your webinars, how many people participate in those, or do you have that information available?
Yeah, I could send you like a very specific report, but it really varies depending on the topic. I think the Growing Healthy Soils webinar that we had most recently had about 120 people signed up for it. We experienced different like ebbs and flows in our participation as well when things started to open up again versus when things were more shut down. People started to gravitate a little more towards in-person programming, for example, in the spring and in the summer. I think people had a little bit of Zoom fatigue, but our numbers have varied pretty significantly, I would say, but I'd be happy to send you that information if you'd like to see it.
I would, that'd be terrific. I appreciate that. And then the only other issue was, or the questions I had was regarding the maintenance on Pocket Park.
Absolutely.
So can you go into a little bit of detail on what the level of maintenance is on that?
Yeah, so right now in our contract, we only have 2 seasonal maintenance days. So what those days look like is we typically spend 4 hours out on the site. We try to do as much weeding as possible, as much pruning back of the existing shrubs and trees as possible, maintenance of the drip irrigation system, those sort of activities.
And not necessarily any replacement of some of the plants and or trees that may have died in there?
Oh, we would love to do that. We would be very happy to work with the city to put together a planting plan, but that's currently not, that budget is not included in our current contract.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for
I'll look forward to that information.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have a approval of the final agenda. Mr. Obid, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Moore,
Yes.
I believe that there is an attendee with a question on the presentation, maybe.
Well, certainly. Ms. Burgess, if you would open that up, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Moore and Councilmember Harvey. Neil Hancock, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Very nice to hear the report. Thank you very much. Got a question. Will there be any creek cleanup in the creeks this year before the rains come? I know I'm seeing some collection of stuff, and I've participated in the past. We've had creek cleanup. So anyway, it's just a question whether or not I guess really is it in your what you expect to do for doing a creek cleanup in Cotati, the Laguna de Santa Rosa, before the rains? Thank you very much.
Hi, Neil. Thank you for your thoughtful question. We do our Creek Week cleanup every year. It's one of our favorite activities with the city of Cotati. Our Creek Week cleanup typically occurs during Creek Week, which is, I believe, the 3rd week of September. So typically before the rains, and definitely important to be before the rains too, before that all washes into the system. So hopefully we'll be able to do that program in person this year, depending on current health guides.
Thank you, Serena. Are there any other questions from our attendees?
No further public comment.
Thank you. Thank you both very much, and thank you for your work with Daily Ags.
Thank you so much for having us tonight.
Certainly. And back to you, Mr. Obid.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. No proposed changes for tonight.
Okay. At this point now, we'll open it up to citizens' business and public comment for the consent calendar item. So, any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any item listed on the consent calendar or any matter not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2021-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. To our attendees tonight, if you would like to speak, please use the raise hand icon. Otherwise, if you're dialing in, use *9. Jenny Blaker, go ahead.
Hello, am I unmuted now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. Thank you. I'd like to respectfully request that item 9A on the wayfinding signage program be withdrawn from the consent calendar to allow for some discussion. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for phase 1 of the project. I thought staff did an incredible job of public outreach and community engagement. The signs are wonderful, and I've only heard positive feedback from other trail users. However, I do have some questions and concerns about phase 2. I'm grateful that the staff reached out to me for input based on my experience with coordinating the 3 Cotati Creek Critters interpretive signs in 2009, which I'm glad to hear are going to remain in place. But in the paperwork for this item and the contract that you will be looking at, it mentions 13 kiosks, yet there are only drafts included for 4. So what about the other 9? And the 4 signs which are presented in drafts are incomplete. The one I've been most involved in terms of making suggestions is the one about the Cotati Creek critters. And I see that that still just has Latin text as a placeholder. So my concern is that with a project that's going to cost $225,000, it's important to really get it right. And that includes making sure that the wording is correct, that the graphics are appropriate, and so on. And I would like to see it come back to the City Council at least for a final review of all the design of the interpretive panels and the trail maps before the project is approved and finalized and sent out for construction or to Public Works for installation. Basically, it looked to me as if you're being asked to approve a project sight unseen today in terms of the detail. I know there was a lot of community outreach on general design and construction and things like that, but not for the detail on these panels, which it's important to get right, as hopefully they're going to last a long time. And lastly, I just was curious about the bid process because I had suggested that the staff might approach KVO Industries of Santa Rosa, who did a fantastic job on the 3 signs in 2009 at a very reasonable price, and they still look great and are holding up well. So I just was curious as to whether they had been offered a chance to bid among the other participants in the bidding process. So I'm wondering what stage the project has got to and what the process is for next steps, and whether there will be an opportunity for council and any, individual, maybe community experts to have some say in the final wording and graphics for the 13 kiosks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny.
Neil Hancock, go ahead.
Hello. Hello. I'm not getting the unmute.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hello. I'd like to request the same for 9A, that it be removed from the consent for a discussion about its completeness. I'd also like to just make a comment on the talking with Sonoma County about its finances, which is also on the consent calendar. So this is just a general observation. Perhaps this can also include something about how money's transferred from Sonoma County to Cotati. You've probably read the Press Democrat article on the Sebastopol fishing event, where Sebastopol believes they've lost $1.2 million in some sort of fake transfer, that it was being transferred from Sonoma County and requested by Sebastopol, but it didn't get to Sebastopol. So just that's a general comment that if you're talking to Sonoma County, maybe that can also be included in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil.
Norianne Barber, go ahead.
Hi. I also share a concern about the 9A, the wayfinding kiosks. I have been really excited about the wayfinding signs in Cotati, and I'm very supportive of the project, and I'm supportive of this aspect of it too. I'm not quite sure I understand the process here, because it does appear from what's in the agenda packet that the council is going to, in the consent calendar, approve something that's not finished its design process. And if there's further design process in, coming up, and this is just like getting the contract going, I understand that, but it's not clear that that there is further design process. And, I'm not interested in slowing things down or whatever, but as Jenny said, I think we want to make sure we get it right. And so I just want to be assured that the city council has some oversight into what is being put onto the kiosks so that they can be appropriate and effective and current for our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorianne.
Marjorie Crumpshears, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm not going to talk about the wayfinding or kiosk project, but I want to give the City Council a huge thank you because of the vote at the last meeting for an ad hoc committee. I think that Laura and Susan, oh dear, I hope I'm getting your names correct, and if I'm not, I apologize, will serve wonderfully. I would like to know what the committee will be doing and looking at, whether or not it will be expanded to include any citizens, including business people. I know this is new and that CORE was asking for this, and we so appreciate your listening and the decision. And we want to continue to be supportive and involved. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
John Delasso, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. I too just have some comments regarding item 9A. Really appreciate the work the city has done with phase 1. It does look fantastic. And I really want to thank both Noah and JP for their level of outreach on getting information for the interpretive panels. And very specifically about Noah's replies to a couple of emails that he and I have gone back and forth on the last couple of days. So I understand when I was reading the agenda item that it appears that what's in front of you tonight is to vote yay or nay on approving and moving forward with the contract and the allocation of funds, which I'm very comfortable with. And I believe there will still be an opportunity for at least looking at the draft panels. So with that, again, I want to thank all the staff involved with the wayfinding project and certainly council for moving it forward to this point. And I look forward to seeing the next iteration of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, former Mayor John.
Meredith Wiseman, go ahead.
I am following up on Marjorie's comments. I also am here to thank the council for forming the ad hoc committee. I deeply appreciate your efforts in this matter, and like Marjorie, I'm dedicated to helping the committee, the ad hoc committee, to move forward in any way that I can. Thanks so much. It is really a pleasure to have public servants who are taking racial justice issues seriously and also the concerns of your constituents seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meredith.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with that in mind, we will move on to the consent calendar. I think in this particular situation on these items, former Mayor Delasso succinctly put it. My understanding of what we were going to do tonight on 9A was going to be awarding of the contract just for the construction of the kiosk. But at this point, I will go ahead and open up to our existing Councilmember Ford.
I was wondering if staff could give a brief response that might, the item before us is the awarding of the contract, not approval of the content of the signs. And so I was hoping that staff might give an outline of what the process is for finalizing the content that would mean we didn't have to pull the contract off the consent calendar.
Councilmember Ford, that is my understanding as well. And if we were to talk about it any further, I was going to indicate that the ability to contribute to the information that may be on those panels is still open. And the wording on that has not been finalized yet. And the panels themselves that will be on those kiosks are going to be removable. And so if, down the road, if there was something that we missed or that was incorrect, it could be corrected, but hopefully we don't have to go to that point. But absolutely, Damien, I don't know if you or Noah or JP would like to address Councilmember Ford's question.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd be happy to start, and then Noah, maybe you could jump in if I missed something. But so generally the process moving forward is that we're continuing, like we have been continuing to work with the content experts for some of the language and the panels. And we talk about the wayfinding program as phase 1 and phase 2, but if you recall, the program was just one program. It was just broken into construction phases. So it's construction phase 1 and construction phase 2. So we had a significant amount of public comment and outreach as part of the wayfinding steering committee and that public process. And so those themes carried forward into the interpretive panels. And so at this point, we're still working with the content experts such as Jenny and Historical Society, groups like that, to refine the language. And once that language is refined, and as you pointed out, Mayor, this is separate from the kiosks themselves, right? The kiosks are probably going to take 2 to 3 months to actually construct. If I'm just guessing there, but it's going to take a while to construct it. And these sign panels, the actual language doesn't have to be finalized. This contractor doesn't care what the language is on the signs. It's just we have to give him the final artwork before he prints them and then installs them onto the kiosk. And we'd be happy to bring back as an informational item to the council the final designs if that's the council's desire. But that's the process moving forward. So we're still in the process of refining the content with the subject matter experts.
Thank you. Ben, does that help give clarification to that?
I think if that's all we've got as an explanation, I will have to pull that from the consent calendar. Okay,
Councilmember Sparks?
I had additional questions that I think if we're pulling it for the consent calendar, is this the right time to ask them, or should we move on with the rest of the calendar first?
I'll be happy to pull that item from the consent calendar, but I want to keep in mind that it's going to be a brief conversation because we are going to have this come back to the council once it goes through all of the processes for the council to give it final approval before anything is put out there in the city.
So Mayor, would you like me to ask my questions now or wait until later?
We'll go ahead and pull that and then we'll address the rest of the consent calendar if there are no other items that need to be pulled or requested to be pulled.
So Mayor, I would move that we move items B, C, D, E, and F on the consent calendar.
Thank you.
I'll second that. It's Councilmember Ford.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would give us a roll call, please, on the remaining items of 9B, C, D, E, and F.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you. Let that show as a 4-0 vote. Now let's go back to item 9A. And I don't know if there's any more clarification that we need to do on this. Councilmember Ford?
Well, what you said and what City Manager Obid said were different. So you said it would come back to council for approval before anything was put out in the city, and City Manager Obid said it would come back as an informational item if we requested that, and those are different. So I was on the wayfinding steering committee, and we had extensive discussions about the content of all the signs that are currently up. And we did not have those discussions about the content of the kiosks. And so I think content and design are different. I agree design was decided on through the earlier process, but the content of those signs, I agree with the public commenters that there needs to be some route through Planning Commission and/or City Council that includes some opportunities for the public to have some input. You know, some of the commenters have already pointed out things that they've caught or that need updating because we're using really old language. Presumably we want a language other than Latin on the signs. And so there's lots of stuff still to be done. And I just need, I think this is not purely a staff function at this point to say design is done, staff do the content. So I think we need more of a process, more of a commitment from staff to bring back the content to council for approval and include some, you know, public posting of drafts on the website for people to be able to chime in addition to working with the specific known, you know, the Historical Society and Jenny and the others who are experts already. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Damien, I would like to see this come back to the council as an item other than informational, an agendized item upon the completion with the various inputs from the pertinent parties that would be privy to that information or participating in that.
Mayor Moore, I would second that request from you.
Thank you. I don't know if we need a vote on that, but we can agendize that when it comes up. Councilmember Sparks?
Thank you. Just a quick question about the timeline, because several members in the audience had asked that. You said, Damien, I'm just trying to remember what you said. The 2 or 3, what's the time frame for when we need to have the content of these panels completed? Say 2 or 3 months from now? And is that enough time? Is that what you said? Or is that enough time for us to get the input and draw up all the content?
Well, I think Craig might have more knowledge of the specific construction schedule. Do you know, Craig?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted clarification on what's being motioned tonight, because just as way of the background, this is the second time we put this out to bid, and this is a very different bidding climate. And we put it out to bid in April of this year and got a bid for about $450,000, which was double the engineer's estimate. And so when we waited 2 months and we rebid the project again, and we saved $180,000. We were just slightly over the engineer's estimate on the second bid. And so staff is really encouraged by this bid and see the panels as a completely separate process for it. And I've heard that tonight, where the kiosks can be constructed and stay blank or have placeholders put in there, and the panels are designed to be interchanged. I think staff's recommendation is really to move forward with the construction of the 13 physical kiosks and allow this process, which has been going on, my understanding is for a year and a half, 2 years now with the panels, to continue to come to its natural conclusion. I think if we tie those two together with the supply issues we're seeing with COVID on concrete and building materials, I would not venture a guess what the third bid, if that's what we're contemplating tonight, would be. It would not be favorable to the city.
And I just take an opportunity to add to that. So while Craig and Public Works were running with, their normal process to get construction bids out and receive bids on those to try to find a favorable bid, and we had the unfortunate situation where we were in a tough bidding climate, made a decision to push pause. We're able to find a contractor who was much more close to the engineer's estimate. We've kind of been starting and stopping with our design consultant as well, Merge, who are the ones who have been involved with us from the beginning with the steering committee, with the first phase. merge essentially took existing information that was available on public websites, which is where some of the age of the information came from. Some of the old Cotati Creek Critters website information was essentially put into these drafts sent to me. I knew Ms. Blaker had a significant amount of history, and we definitely wanted to celebrate Cotati Creek Critters and their contribution to the improvements at the Laguna, restoration work. And so we reached out to her, received her input, and she took a lot of time, and staff really appreciates that. That has all been provided to the consultants. We have not received that back, and I think that's some of her concern is she essentially hasn't seen kind of the fruits of her labor and seen that staff is being responsive to some of her direction and suggested edits. Similarly, staff pulled input from the Historical Society and some of the existing policy documents that talk about the history of Cotati, the downtown specific plan and the general plan. All of that has been sent to the consultants. They are now asking for high resolution photographs to finish out the design. What I'm hoping, and I definitely hear the council direction to allow some additional public input on those kind of final drafts. What staff would request is that the construction portion can move forward and we separate out the design and content portion from the panels, allow whatever process the council feels is appropriate and necessary in order to get additional feedback to avoid potential additional cost and construction delays while we have this favorable bid, but also ensure full public engagement and participation. Although I will also say design by committee is a very challenging thing to achieve, especially with writing. But that being said, we obviously want to get everything correct and make sure it's the most up-to-date possible.
Thank you, Noah. Councilmember Sparks?
Could you just clarify that in the event that that design of the content phase just took a little longer than expected and we went ahead and built all of the kiosks themselves, to reassure everyone that wouldn't be a problem to come back and put the content up later, right?
The contractor, so I had circled in the design consultant, Merge, John Bozio. You guys are familiar with him. He's been around working with us for a number of years on this email chain that we've been having. There's been lots of email conversations. And he replied back saying they are intended to be removable, replaceable. So building on that, I did not see how it would be challenging to install them after the panels or install the panels after they're done onto the built kiosks. And further, some of those kiosks are intended, the downtown business one, for example, to be interchangeable. So that way, as businesses cycle in and out of the downtown, that map can be kept up to date and contemporary.
Thank you. And just one last question, just to pose to you what was asked in public comment in the bidding process. How were KBO Industries that were mentioned in public comment given an opportunity to bid? I just wanted to relay the question that was asked.
So the bidding process is completely public and we post them on the website, but I'll let Public Works Director, Mr. Scott, follow up.
Thank you, Director House. Yes, it's a open bid process and we put it out to a number of building exchanges, 4 or 5 around this area, Sacramento to the Bay Area. And so that's where contractors such as KBO look to look for projects like this. So it's put out widely, as with all of our other projects. And the fact that we did put this out twice was like twice the amount of advertising. So they certainly had the opportunity to bid on this project.
Thank you, Craig. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I sorry that I seem to have worried the staff that I was opposed to awarding the contract. I actually think we should approve the contract. I just wanted some clarification on the finalizing the content piece to allay people's fears that it's going to be done by an out-of-town consultant without any knowledge of the town. And so I'm convinced that the staff are on top of that now and get it that the Wayfinding Steering Committee back in the day did not do the content of these signs. We did the design and the general notion of what would go on the signs, but not the specific content, that still needs public input.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I would just like to be sure that for future that we have a process in place for these kiosks that could change more frequently. The example that you put out there, businesses, I think we should have a process and a time frame for evaluating, looking at that, because the last thing we want is something that sits out there for years and is outdated. So I hope that we have a process.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will open it up for public comment at this point. If there's additional public comment, if there's further clarification needed on what direction we may be looking at.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight. Jenny Blaker, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for, I'd just like to thank the council for sort of taking this to heart and doing the discussion on it. And I'm glad to hear that the process can be separated between the construction of the kiosks themselves and that there will, and the content, and that there will be opportunity for the council and other local community members to have some input into the text and graphics and things. I just want to mention that when we did the Cotati Creek critter signs in 2009, there was a lot of public input and various local experts, Prue Draper, the historian, John Del Osso has a lot of expertise with interpretive signs, and others took part, and local people provided photographs and illustrations and so on. And KVO did a fantastic job, and City of Public Works, Public Works Department installed them. And I think the whole thing cost less than $20,000, of course, with a lot of pro bono work and volunteer input and so on. But yes, it was writing by committee, but it worked. And at the end of it, all the agencies approved it, and it was voted in unanimously by the City Council. So I had been expecting, you know, something more like that for this huge and more expensive contract. I'm very grateful that you're taking the time to go into this, and I look forward to following up more with staff and City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the City Council. Mr. Scott, Mr. House, and Mr. Obid, do we need to put a date certain or any information going to the city or going to the consultants on the design of these panels in order to keep that contract viable and without any additional cost?
Mayor Moore, what I'm imagining will happen, because the contractors actually exceeded their contract to date. So they've designed 4 signs for us. Their contract was for 3. What I'm imagining will happen is they'll provide us the drafts, and then it will fall on city staff to figure out how to best edit that content, get the correct, essentially I'm imagining it'll just be the text that needs to be finalized, I'm hoping, through the public process. I imagine we'll have a few choices of photographs. Hopefully the ones that have been already chosen by the contractor meet the expectations of the community. And then we would work to edit the text or amend the contract if further design work is needed, and then provide that to the actual fabricators to build those panels, and then we could get them installed afterwards.
Okay, so you don't need anything right now on a date certain as far as input?
I don't believe so. What I'm hearing is those panels cannot go in until they're approved by the council through a public process.
Terrific. Okay, not seeing any other hands up by the council, I'd be willing to look for a motion on this.
Mayor Moore, I'd be happy to move consent calendar item A.
I'll second that.
And can we have a motion and a second? Ms. Burgess, roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey?
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
Yes, thank you. Let that show as a 4-0 vote. And now we move on to item number 10, direction on future agenda items. At this point, I'm not seeing any hands up. Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our public hearings. So the first item is 11A, and it's on the master fee schedule update. And that would be Mr. Scott, I believe.
Mayor, sorry, that'll be me to introduce it. So thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think probably the most efficient way to go through this is to start with the presentation from Lauren and Nicole. They're here from NBS. They're the consultants that worked on the fee study report. So they can give some good sort of overall background, and I can, after that presentation is done, then I can wrap up the presentation with some more specific comments about Cotati's report. So with that, Lauren or Nicole, the floor is yours.
Sure, I'll get us started. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Pleasure to be here tonight. We prepared a very brief presentation just to provide some background on the fee study, industry standards surrounding calculating fees in California and implementing fee programs. And this will be myself, Nicole Kassam, director from NBS, and Lauren, the consultant from NBS who worked on this project, walking you through just a few items for discussion. So we could go ahead and get started. Angela, are you running is it you running the PowerPoint or Lauren Burgess? Lauren? Okay, great.
It'll
So
be
next
me,
slide.
Lauren Burgess. Yeah.
Got it, sorry. So here's what I'll cover, just kind of what the goals of a fee study are, what the approach is to a fee study. We'll give a very high level brief summary of results, and we'll definitely leave time for questions and staff to kind of embellish on these concepts. Next slide's good. So what is the authority for setting fees in California? It starts with the California Constitution, Article 13C, which was most recently amended by Proposition 26 in, I believe it was 2010 or 2011. And what Article 13C does is it defines the difference between charges imposed by local government, whether or not they are taxes or fees. And in order for a charge to qualify as a fee and not a tax, it has to meet one of 7 stated exceptions to the definition of a tax inside that article of the California Constitution. And this text on this slide here about inspections and regulatory permits is just one of those 7 exceptions, and it's probably the most applicable to the majority of fees on the city's fee schedule. And the most important thing to notice there is that a fee is a fee and not a tax under this exception, because it is limited to the local government's reasonable costs of providing services. And so the entire methodology and approach that we're talking about here is all about establishing that estimated reasonable cost of services for the city of Cotati and the list of fees that are on the city's fee list. Once you get below the Constitution into all of the various codes we have in California, you'll see the same kind of language repeated over and over again whenever fees are mentioned. Most of the time, it will say something like what you see here for California Government Code 66014A, which is actually most relevant to development, permitting, inspections, etc. And it just says that fees, again, may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee is charged. So you'll see that in the Health and Safety Code, the Education Code, it's all over the place. But this is kind of how it works with the authority to establish fees in California. Next slide. So what kind of fees did we study? Well, we looked for existing fees or opportunities for charging fees in the departments that are included in that green box there. So city administrative fees, water and sewer services where the fees pertain to service requests, not use of water or sewer services that would be paid for by a ratepayer, but more service requests like account turn on, turn off, those kinds of things, account setup. We looked at all of the permitting fees, entitlement review fees, et cetera, in planning and building. Public works fees, those are going to be like encroachment permits, et cetera. Police has a handful of different types of administrative fees. These are not fees that recover for the costs of operations or patrol. These are like records management fees, records processing fees. Those are some examples. And then we also looked at the cost recovery of recreation programs and advised on how the results of that analysis can translate into an updated fee schedule. It's always important to mention when we go into a discussion about fees, because the word fee is a pretty broad topic, that we did not study here taxes, fines or penalties, impact fees, or utility rates. These are really fees that are about requests of staff to perform specific activity or service. So from here, I think I'm going to turn it over to Lauren. She'll walk through a little bit more of how the fee models work and what the approach was that we took to develop the results in the report.
Perfect. Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Council and Mayor, for allowing us to share a brief presentation with you tonight. If we can go to the next slide, that would be great. So as Nicole mentioned, it's first important to remember that in California, fees can legally be established at up to, but not more than the reasonable cost of providing services. So the first project goal that we have is to understand and calculate the full cost of providing services for the various departments and divisions that we just mentioned. And then this will allow us to set the fees accordingly. Next slide. NBS uses an industry standard approach that's been around for decades. And the main steps are what you see here. It starts with data collection, moves on to a fee structure review, time study, and cost of service analysis. And then that information gets put into a final report. And then the last step would be the fee setting policy and adoption phase. So in the next few slides, we'll talk a little bit more about some of these steps in some more detail. Next slide. There's a few key pieces of information that are needed for any fee study, and staff was able to provide us with the adopted budget and staffing, workload from the last complete fiscal year, time estimates on both an annual and a per fee item, as well as the current fee schedule. Next slide. This slide is meant to show just kind of a high-level overview of how the full costs of service are calculated. So the first step is to calculate a fully burdened hourly rate, and we do that by taking the labor costs, operating costs, and overhead costs and dividing them by the available hours worked. Then the second part of that is to multiply that by the estimated time on task that staff provides, and then that gives us the maximum fee amount that's legally allowed to be charged to recover costs. So if we take a look at the next slide, this shows the high-level summary of what the fully burdened hourly rate outcomes were by department or division. As you can see, they vary just depending on which type of services are provided. And these, for the most part, fall in line with what we would typically see as like an industry standard amount. So if we could look at the next slide. This here is meant to be an example of the step 2 portion of the cost of service analysis. And it's really just an example to illustrate the various steps that we walk staff through when we're discussing what to include in a total time on task. So we want to make sure that staff is considering a start to finish process, everything from intake and processing all the way through the project closeout and the archival in the system. And so again, once we get the total time on task and we have our fully burdened hourly rate calculated, we're able to multiply those together, and that determines the maximum fee that the city can legally charge. So if we go to the next slide. Once all the full cost of services are established, there's almost always a gap between the revenue collected from current fees and the revenue potential of the full cost fee amounts. So in Appendix A1 through A7 of the NBS report, which starts on packet page 176 in the agenda tonight, that's where you'll find the current cost recovery outcomes by division and department. There is a column labeled existing cost recovery percentage, and that shows how current fees compare to the full cost fee amounts. It's very typical at this point in the process to find that some fees are over recovering, some fees are under recovering, and some fees are just about right. Any fee that is not currently recovering 100% of the cost of providing service usually represents a general fund subsidy. Any fees that would be over recovering over the 100% would need to be adjusted down to become legally justifiable. And we go through this process for each fee on the fee list. So the next step now is for council to determine how much of that gap you would like to close by making adjustments to current fees. Staff has gone through and reviewed the list of fees and made some initial recommendations, which you can find on the column labeled recommended fee and deposit level. You'll find that staff has recommended that some fees recover less than 100%. Some common reasons could be local economic concerns or wanting to encourage compliance with regulations that promote public safety. For example, a water heater permit in the building division. Those would typically be things that you would find would be less than 100% cost recovery. There are some other common reasons why a fee would be set to lower than 100%, and that can be found in the NBS report on packet pages 161 and 162. We go to the last slide. This shows the summary of results. So based on the current fee revenue collected by the city, comparing that to the full cost recovery revenue potential, we see that the city is recovering approximately 36% of the total annual costs of providing services. Again, staff has gone through and made some recommended fee adjustments. And so if council were to adopt the recommended fee amounts that staff has put together, that would recover approximately additionally $327,000. And that would equate to about a 73% cost recovery level. Again, there's more information throughout the report. You can see kind of where some of those changes were, and I believe staff has some information that they can share with you tonight. But that really concludes the NBS portion of the presentation. So thank you for your time, and NBS will be available to answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gissem. Back to you, Mr. Obid.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Sorry to jump on you there.
Yeah, no worries. I apologize. So they covered it pretty well, some of the basics. But I will just add that that this fee study would, if adopted tonight, would go into effect per the resolution 60 days after adoption. And that's primarily to catch the lagging fees, which are development related fees that need 60 days after adoption to be effective. And rather than have some administrative fees go into effect immediately and others go into effect 60 days later, it just is, I think, less brain damage for everyone if it just goes all into effect at one time. So that's the proposal in the resolution, is that it would just follow the development fee timeline, which is 60 days from adoption, if adopted tonight. And with that, that was really the only other thing I was going to add. Would be happy also to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Obid. Any questions from the council on this? I don't see any hands raised.
I've got one.
Okay.
Sorry. Just a quick one about whether staff has done any comparison of our fees with neighboring jurisdictions, whether there's any. I think none of these are unlike the development impact fees, they're not of the scale that would either frighten off or encourage development in the town. But I'm just curious if this is approximately doubling the cost recovery we'd be trying for with these fees. So I just want to double check that we're not pricing ourselves out of some things that we want to happen in town.
So we didn't do like an explicit rate study or fee study, I should say, benchmarking against other jurisdictions. But I mean, Lauren or Nicole, you may have some general thoughts on where we are in the market compared to other jurisdictions you work with.
I would say, without having looked at a specific regional comparison, it would be hard to really make an opinion on that. But I can say, based on working with many other jurisdictions over the years, that the city's fees are likely lower than average just because of the way the cost recovery outcomes are looking. But I cannot back that up with any hard data. And I can also say that your there's no outliers in this study that are concerning in terms of how the cost of service calculations are presenting. We've looked at it from that perspective.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot there. So, Councilmember Ford, you are correct in that the bigger fees tend to be the things that aren't they're not part of the study. So impact fees, and then as was mentioned, fines. So you all may have seen, like, what we call it is a bail schedule. These are like traffic citations, parking citations. Technically it's a bail amount, right? But the general public calls them like moving vehicle, citations or parking citations or administrative citations for like code enforcement type things. All those, and then water and sewer rates, all those things are sort of outside of this world that we're talking about tonight. This is administrative fees, which are generally lower and more routine.
Thanks.
If we have no further questions from the council at this time, I will go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Neil Hancock, go ahead.
Yes, hello, unmuted. Yes, I appreciate the need for going through with a process for all this, but I'd just like to draw your attention to one of the areas that we're trying to encourage in the city. On packet page 194, it says installing an electric vehicle charging for residential is $495 at 100% recovery. Similarly, putting in a residential roof solar system, which can be a lot more, is $450, this slightly cheaper. So one of the issues is when you're putting in electric vehicle charging, of course, you do want the safety to be in there, the 50 amp circuit that's going to be in. But I mean, the cost of the vehicle charging is typically much lower. And if it scales at an HOA, how does that actually apply? So I'm just throwing that out, that I think that this may be one of the ones that is being disadvantaged with 100% recovery, that the city's trying to do something encouraging electrical vehicle charging. Anyway, that's my comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil.
Mayor Moore, that ends public comment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. There were several areas on here where I'd like to advocate for lower than 100% recovery. And Neil already hit the first one I had on my list, which was the EV charging stations. I think the fees should be kept very low or waived entirely to try to encourage something that's a high priority for us on page 194. Another area of concern I had that's going to hit a lot of people is the increase in the turn-on service fee for water, for new water accounts, which is jumping from $35 to $166. And it looks like that's, many of the fees on this list are not assessed very often, but that one, several hundred people were paying that fee. So I'm a little concerned with jumping that fee, more than tripling it, for people who are maybe struggling to make ends meet as they move from one living situation to another. That was on page 207, I believe. Another concern I had was on page 180, the new water account deposit was different between owners and renters, which already is different in our existing fee structure, but I hadn't realized that. I think it's a little bit of an equity issue to charge higher deposit fees for renters than for owners. I'd love to hear some explanation for that, but often people who are lower income are more likely to be renters, and it seems a little backwards that we're charging them more. And I had some other concerns about fees that were just really increasing a lot, like the new commercial cannabis permit fee increasing by a huge amount. And I had asked staff whether we could look at for some of these big jumps at phasing them in over a few years. So I'd like to just see if there's any interest in that among the rest of the council. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
I would just like to add one more to that list of ones that are of concern, and that's the camp classes. It is increasing from $100 to $160. And I know we've just spent a lot of time kind of making our camps be popular, and I would hate to see that kind of slide back, because oftentimes it's folks that need that care for their children that are utilizing those camps. So maybe we might want to think about, I think they set it at 95% recovery. Maybe we could think about adjusting that one also.
Councilmember Sparks, did you have another question, or?
I'm sorry, nope. Forgot to take my hand down.
Okay. Mr. Obid, I don't know if you want to address any of those questions on those particular fees.
Sure. Actually, Angela, if you could just give a little background on the turn-on fee and the new water account deposit and sort of how that works in practice.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was trying to find the change in the $35 because I believed we were keeping that fee at the $35. So that might be a typo or an error on that report, because we were requesting that stayed at the $35, because we do know that that's an administrative cost recovery for setting up their account, plus sending a public works person out there to turn them on. And so it does take a bit of time, and so that it is an expense at least $160 to the city to set up a new account. But with the need for a deposit to be paid by a new resident or someone who's renting a new place, we knew that that's too cost prohibitive. And so we did propose a lower fee. So I want to make sure that that is reduced back down to that $35 fee. That is not, I believe that is an error that you caught. Thank you for showing that. And I'm not seeing it currently in the Excel schedules that we have. So we'll make sure that that's reduced. But yes, that's not the intent to have that at $160. So it is the $35. But we are proposing that the deposits do increase, because the current deposits do not cover, they have not, I don't think they've ever changed. And we do have the reduced deposit for a property owner. Slightly, it's almost doubled for renters, but because of the cost of services related to providing water service and sewer service, the deposit amounts don't cover a single billing cycle typically. So we wanted to make sure that those were commiserative with providing the service in that coverage for the 2 months of service for a billing cycle, to cover those cities for those balances that could be outstanding. So that's where the adjustment of those fees is really focused on what the average bill is for the 2-month billing cycle.
And Angela, can you speak to the difference between a renter and an owner for the deposit?
Yes. So owners are more likely, so we can shut them off. Eventually, we might get back to that process. But the owners, we are proposing just a $50 increase to $150, which is still well under what a typical 2-month bill is for a property in the city. And then changing the renter from $200 to $250 a deposit. And these deposits are fully refundable after 2 years of good service, which means you get one one late fee waived, so that doesn't count towards it. So after 2 years of good service, including one time being late, so this is just 12 bills, it gets applied to that last bill and your deposit goes back to you. And if you leave the city within those 2 years, then it also gets applied to your final bill, and any remaining amount of that deposit gets sent back out to you. So it is fully refundable. We don't hold on to these funds. It's just a liability in order to cover, which unfortunately sometimes happens. You know, people leave town or they don't have means to pay their final bill, this helps subsidize that piece at the end there.
And sorry, Angela, one last question on that. So the renter versus the owner, is there a practical reason why the fee is different or is proposed to be different?
Yes, so there is a vested interest. Property owners have, because we do not want to pay to do a background check and investigation and do a credit rating schedule for anyone who wants to join our water service, which is a process for other agencies. They do a full background check. And unless you have a good credit report from your predecessor water agency, they charge you this deposit as well. Since we do not have the means necessary to do that, we rely on this basis. If you are a property owner, you're able to purchase a home, even if it's a low-income housing, you are invested in this property and being part of your community. And so the deposit threshold is much lower because we have your tie-in to your community, you're paying property taxes, you're contributing in other formats. Not that renters don't, but they're definitely more transient in nature and not as established as someone who's buying the property here within our city limits. And so it's less of a risk. So we have less need for additional funding on deposits upfront for property owners.
Okay, so that, and then the 2 month kind of normal average is about $250 is what you're recommending. So that if someone were not to pay their final bill and just leave, the $250 should cover that and any remaining would be refunded. So that's where okay, so that's where the amount comes from, I guess, to answer your question, Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. That makes sense. The reasoning makes sense, but I would like to see the two equal to one another because I do feel that it's an equity issue that we're making assumptions about what people are like solely on the basis that they're renting their property and unable to afford to buy. And it doesn't feel fair to me. So I would love it if we could have some discussion of equalizing those two fees.
Okay. So I want to make sure it's clarified. So that would mean that both of them you're proposing would be at the 250.
I would prefer to see it stay at the 200 or the 150 level because, as you said, when people are moving into a new home, they have a lot of upfront costs associated with that, and we're experiencing a huge homelessness crisis right now. So I would prefer to see them stay a little bit lower. And if we end up eating a little more of the cost, I think that's worth it in terms of an equity standpoint.
All right, and then the other fees. So EV charging, I think that's.
Maybe let me stop you for just a second. Ben, did you have a question on the water fees or something?
I was going to address both water and the EV charging fee. So I'm happy to let Damien explain the EV charging first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Obey. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I was just going to say with the EV charging, I think it is the council's discretion if they want to lower it at some level below 100% cost recovery. So I'll just, leave it at that. And camp classes, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Lauren or Nicole, but that was part of the fee study, right? That fee?
The EV charging fee?
No, the camp classes.
The camp classes, yes, I think we did end up actually analyzing those. Let me see here.
Damien, I can jump in and Nicole can help too. So these were some of them we got at the end, and it was a discussion between Ashley, Nicole, and I about classes and the needs to meet both the student ratios for those classes, as well as bring in the staffing that we need. We're of course meeting the minimum wage for all of the camp staff that are out there working, and as well as we want to be able to provide some of those camp fees as we do a significant amount of subsidy for any campers that need it. So we do have quite a bit of contributions that come in that we want to be able to use to subsidize that. So those that can pay, we would create that added fee that's reasonable, and then subsidize those who need assistance. So we do have a significant amount of assistance that we do provide to camp staff on a camp by camp basis. And so that's where it's the starting discussion, but if that's not the right fee amount, then this is absolutely the right place to talk about what you would like to see as a better amount for that.
Angela, just as a clarification, if I may, sorry, Ben, I'll get back to you on that. If you're charging $160 a week for the camp and you're looking at 5 days, that's what, $32 a day. If it's an 8-hour camp, that's $4 an hour. I think that's reasonable. You're not even going to get childcare for that kind of money. So,
And
go
I
ahead.
do, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So one other thing, I mean, for context, just in speaking with Ashley about camp fees in general, in my conversations with her, our fees are on the low end around here. So I don't know if that helps, but it sounds like if it's part of the study, then, obviously council has discretion on how they want to adjust that, if they want to adjust it downward, but that's where it is right now. And that should have come through. And I think, Angela, that was Ashley's recommendation.
Correct. Yes, that was Ashley's recommendation, and the recreation fees were definitely one of those ones where Ashley's very involved, and just like the rest of our staff and management team went and compared our proposed or recommended fees to what's being seen in other districts around us. These ones were specifically looked at because it's our community and making sure that we're not just competitive with other camps, but we're providing camps to our local community that need it.
Thank you, Angela. Ben? Councilmember Ford? Sorry.
So on the EV charging fee, I agree that that's one that $500 is it way outstrips the cost, and local utilities are providing the chargers themselves for free to try to encourage people to make this leap, and this $500 just seems kind of over the top for that installation. I was not able to find it in the tables how that compares with other similar electrical installs. It's the same electrical work as installing a dryer outlet, for instance. And so that would be one way to peg it, is to compare it to similar. So hopefully those came out similar. But that's one that I think, given our priorities in this direction, ought to be lower than the full cost recovery. So I think on the renter versus owner fee for water hookups, new service, not hookups, I agree with Councilmember Sparks that the reasoning that the staff is giving for the differentiation feels discriminatory to me, makes assumptions about people based on their choice, either choice or ability to rent or own. And I don't want to be sending that message with our fee structure.
I don't have a issue with potentially reducing the charging fee, the charging permit fee on there for installing that. I don't know what you think might be a good number, Ben or Laura. I mean, are we just going to go with a random number and say, 500 is too much, let's go 350? I mean, what are we going to base that on?
I was just trying to look up while you were saying that what our current fee structure is.
It's $90. It's the current.
$90. I would propose just sticking with the current fee level.
And $90 only recovers 19%.
Right. I would propose we move it to more like a 40% recovery, which would make a $200 fee, which is reasonable, gives us a little more recovery, but doesn't disincentivize nearly as much as a $500 fee.
I'd even be willing to go to 30%.
Should be a 150 fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see.
To encourage
people buying electric vehicles and the cost of those new electric vehicles and having to put in a charging station as a economic hardship for those folks.
Mayor
And
Moore,
disincentivize them.
So,
go ahead, Laura.
well, I was thinking of this from a standpoint of owners of rental properties who might might choose not to put something in if it's going to cost them a few $100s more for their renter.
And I had another comment in that direction, is that electric cars have been around long enough that there's a substantial used market now for electric cars. For instance, Nissan Leafs from a few years ago are now quite cheap. And so we're not talking about people who can afford $40,000 cars. We're talking about people who are looking for a $5,000 used car. And in that case, a $500 fee on top of a $5,000 new car is a substantial disincentive, I would argue.
And I guess I would go back to my suggestion of 30% because of Ben's comments around other things. It looks like we're suggesting moving the water heater, HVAC, and all that stuff up to a 30% recovery. So that would kind of keep them equal and in line a little bit.
I would support that.
I could live with that just on those items. On the water and the connections, I think that I have a concern with us worrying about assumptions regarding the renters versus the owners. We know for a fact that a rental community is a much more transient community than a homeowner community. So that's not an assumption, that's a fact on that. So I'm more inclined to stick to the 250 or maybe 200 on the water.
I would be fine with 200, but across the board. So there's issues here with applying community averages to individuals. So that's the assumption I'm talking about. If one assumes that a new renter in town is going to abscond without paying their last water bill, when we don't make that assumption about a new owner, I understand that as pools, those and for an insurance guy, that's what you deal with. But this isn't an insurance policy. This is a deposit to cover your, whether you pay your bill or not. And so I just think sending the message that we are suspicious of our renters and we're not suspicious of our owners is problematic.
Well, you can always lien a property. You can't lien a renter if you need it to recover.
Sorry, Mayor, I was just gonna, I was gonna jump in and say the same thing. We do have other tools, and I unfortunately did not clip on that fast enough, but we have other tools where we can recover costs from property owners, tools that we do not have for tenants, unfortunately, other than penalizing the landlord or the property owner eventually. So that is one thing, but yeah.
Well, Councilmember Harvey.
Well, that was going to be my question, and I think that Angela answered it, that we have other tools. We can put a lien on the property. We can go on their property taxes and have other methods of getting those monies back. If the person is renting, basically they're gone, and unless, and it sounds like there's possibly a method for us to go against the owner, we just have to, kind of eat that bill. So it's really a risk, one, you have a risk with nothing to back it up but the deposit. With the other, with the owner, you have tools to be able to lower that risk.
So right now we've got a proposal to change 4 or 5 different fees. Do you have that written down, Angela, on what we had? or Damien?
Yeah, I think we do. Well, here's what I have so far, at least, is EV charging gets set at 30% cost recovery. Turn on fee, that was just a typo. It should be $35, so that's subsidized. New water account deposits. The last number I heard was 200, but the same for owners and renters is kind of where we've left it, I believe.
Okay.
And then nothing on camp classes. We haven't circled back on that one yet.
Okay. I'm not suggesting that we change the camp fees because we do have scholarships set up for those that are not necessarily in a financial position for those. And again, if you break it down, you know, you're looking at $4 an hour. So if you guys have any other suggestions on the camp fees, I'm open to listening to those.
Well, and I'm okay if what I heard said was that Ashley has checked with other camps and what their fees are within the vicinity to make sure that we're competitive. Just seeing a jump of 35%, you know, gave me pause that I didn't want to exclude anyone. And I am glad that we have scholarship availabilities for those that can't afford more. So, you know, I'm willing to, you know, pull that request back.
Right. My understanding is we won't turn anybody away for financial reasons.
And that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kissam, did you have something you wanted to add to that, or?
I just had cannabis. I wrote down cannabis. I didn't write down what about cannabis. I just wrote that down. So I didn't know if that was,
Oh, it was on the licensing fees that Councilmember Sparks brought up on there. I only think we have a couple of licenses available, and I have not heard any of those cannabis folks bat an eye at those fees in light of the revenue that they typically receive. So unless there's some strong arguments, change those. I would not consider that.
I'm okay with keeping them as they were. I just, since it was such a big jump, I thought it was worth discussing and hearing everyone's thoughts.
Okay.
I think, Mayor, it's just that, you know, it does pop your eye in the table when it jumps from 18,000 to 41,000. It's like a doubling, and, you know, it does give you pause.
It does, but then when you're raking in millions in revenue.
Right, exactly.
As they say, a drop in the bucket.
I was going to say the cost of doing business.
Right. Well, and with that in mind, it looks like I would be looking for a motion with those amendments to the EV and the water deposits.
So moved.
Can I ask for clarification about where we are with the water deposits? Are we at 200 across the board, or?
I'm okay with 200 on that. Are you guys okay with that on both the renter and the tenant? I mean, the landlord? Or the homeowner?
Yes.
Yes. I had one other fee I forgot to mention, if I
Too
could
late.
bring it up before it's too late.
Go ahead.
On page, I'm so sorry. On page 194, I just wanted to take a look at the re-roofing fees. Those are quite a jump too, more than doubling. And I'm just wondering if that, do we really want to raise those to 100% and 61% for commercial and residential? Just like to hear what other council members think about that, because it seems like a pretty steep and sudden increase to me.
Could you say the page one more time?
Packet page 194, number 5, re-roof.
I don't know. It doesn't seem, I mean, we were at 25% and we're only going up to 61% on residential. I mean, that's almost, you know, coming up another 25%, if you will, give or take, almost 30%. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable step up. Commercials going up even more steeply, but relatively speaking, the numbers aren't as high from a commercial perspective.
I'm not inclined to necessarily look at those re-roofing fees. For one thing, you're typically not going to re-roof except for once every 15 or 20 years, and it's been a while since we've addressed these roofing permit fees. So I think that those are reasonable in light of the cost of doing business these days or services.
And John, I would say that generally speaking, most roofs are a 25-year minimum. They start at 25-year minimums.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I was going to agree with you, Mayor Moore, that especially in the context of the cost of a re-roofing job, I understand that going from 180 to 450 looks like a big jump, but in the context of a re-roofing job, that's not a significant impact. So I would be fine leaving these as they are in the packet.
Councilmember Sparks, are you okay with that?
Yeah, thank you for indulging me. I just want to make sure we do
Certainly.
our due diligence.
Okay, so we have a motion with the amended fees.
Second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Guido and Ms. Keesum, for that presentation and information on there.
Mayor Moore,
Yes,
did we get public comment on that item?
We did.
Did we? Okay.
yes, there was.
I just
believe
couldn't
there was
remember. It's my brain, not you.
Okay, now we would move on to the amending the Cotati Municipal Code, Chapter 3.42.
All right, Mayor, thank you. I will be doing this one. I do see that there's a hand raised in the audience, or one of the attendees.
Regarding the previous issue that we just voted on?
I'm not sure.
Okay, Ms. Burgess, would you open that up for me, please?
Lori, go ahead.
I wanted to let you all know that there's been no sound on the webcast, and the TV is doing static. So the only way into this meeting is on Zoom. So just so you probably need to correct that.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to amending the Cotati Municipal Code, Chapter 3.42. Mr. Obid, you said this was going to be on you?
Yes, I'll do this presentation. So I'll keep it quick. This is related to the prior item that you just all heard. This is the Muni Code section that corresponds to the city fees. And really in a nutshell, what this does is it deletes the old cost recovery percentage table from the Muni Code. It shouldn't be in the Muni Code. It really should be adopted by resolution. And so it's removing that and shifting it to adopted by resolution, and also allows for CPI increase, so consumer price index increase. So for example, tonight, there's a fee table adopted, and then it allows for an inflationary adjustment each year. And just one other little nuance on this is, so this is an ordinance. If it were to be introduced tonight, we'd have a second reading of that at the next meeting, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. So I mentioned earlier, the resolution is not effective until 60 days out after adoption. This is tied to essentially go into effect simultaneously with the fees, presuming that it's adopted tonight. So that way you don't have any sort of gap in coverage, so to speak, on how the fees work. And that's pretty much it, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Bring it back to the council. Councilmember Sparks.
Just a quick question on the AV. We have someone looking at that to make sure the sound is is working on the broadcast?
I know Lauren has been kind of talking to her a second ago. She's been working on it. I don't know the status though in terms of ETA to get the web stream going. I mean, the web stream is going, but I think the sound is having issues, as was indicated.
Damien, just for the record, the agenda, does it have a link to the Zoom or just to the webcast?
It has it has the Zoom information on the face of the agenda. But I think there's also instructions on how to get to the webcast if people want to go to the city portal. So it has, and the TV channel has all three.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, the meeting can continue.
Thank you. On the webcast and the portal, that's just a matter of listening versus participating in that meeting. And if the attendees wanted to participate, it would be via the Zoom. Is that correct?
That's correct. The issue is just an audio issue with the TV and the web stream right now, not the Zoom.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we will go back to 3.42, or was that it, Mr. Obid?
That was it, unless there's any questions from the council or the public.
Any questions from the council at this point? Okay, I will open it up for public comment on this item. Ms. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Jenny Blaker, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. I'm just looking at the agenda on this item. I've just looked at it now, and I see that the wording says something about prohibiting most polystyrene, and I'm wondering why most rather than all. And also, I just wanted to raise a question about the word recyclable, because so many
Ms.
things.
Blaker, I'm going to interrupt you there. We're not on that particular item at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were on C. I
No.
apologize. Okay. Withdraw my hand and I'll raise it later. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment on this item?
That will end public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council on this. I would look for a motion if anyone's so inclined.
I would make a motion that the city council introduce an ordinance amending chapter 3.42 of the Cotati Municipal Code Fee and Service Charge Revenue Cost Comparison System. It's a mouthful.
Second, this Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, would you kindly take a roll call?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you. Let the record show that's a 4-0 vote. And now we can move on to item 11C, polystyrene prohibition and requirement for recyclable or compostable single-use food service ware. And this is on you, Mr. Obid, as well?
Yes, I'll introduce it. We also have Sloan with Zero Waste Sonoma here tonight to give an overview of the model ordinance. So this is a model ordinance that was developed by Zero Waste Sonoma collaboratively with other jurisdictions and with the public and in businesses, business interests. And this is a couple years old when they initially developed it, and then COVID hit, and then that delayed the implementation here a bit, and then subsequently it has been updated for some additional compounds, and I'll get into more detail in a minute. But I was going to again, to efficiently present this, I was going to start with Sloan to give the overview of the proposed model ordinance, and then I'll talk about some Cotati specific stuff. So Sloan, you there?
Yes. Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members, and thank you, Mr. Obid, for the introduction this evening. Tonight, I'll be presenting this ordinance and some recent changes to the language regarding this material of concern. Next slide, please. You may remember from the original presentation last year that this ordinance will support a statewide goal of 75% waste reduction, as well as zero waste and climate action goals at the county level. We know that there are a variety of reusable, compostable, and recyclable options for virtually all polystyrene foam or styrofoam products. And when this material escapes into the environment, it easily breaks down into increasingly smaller pieces, which are almost impossible to collect once they are littered. When plastics such as polystyrene are ingested by wildlife, including sea animals, they eventually make their way back onto our dinner plates. Next slide. We conducted public surveys on proposed ordinance requirements and found that a large majority of respondents supported restrictions on polystyrene foam, accessory food service items provided on request, and paying restaurants a fee for compliant containers. At this time, half of Sonoma County jurisdictions have adopted the ordinance and others are on track to adopt in the next couple of months. Next slide, please. Here you see what is covered in the ordinance. Number one, food and beverage providers are prohibited from using or distributing polystyrene foam food service products. Number two, retailers are prohibited from selling single-use polystyrene foam products, including plates, cups, to-go containers, coolers, packing peanuts, and other shipping supplies, and pool toys not encased in durable material. Number three, single-use food serviceware must be locally recyclable or compostable, and compostable plastics or paperboard lined with PLA are not accepted. Number four, compostable or recyclable single-use food accessory items like straws, lids, utensils, and to-go condiments are to be provided on customer request. And five, city facilities and contractors must adhere to these requirements. Next slide. As a way to encourage reusables, as well as to help owners recoup costs of switching to compliant foodware products, we have included an optional takeout container credit for customers who provide their own coffee mug or other container, or fee for any combination of single-use items provided by the business to the customer. Next slide. Earlier this year, the agency board approved an amendment. The primary change to the ordinance is the addition of a prohibition on the use of food serviceware items with added per- and polyfluorinated alkyl substances, also known as PFAS. These chemicals are commonly used in the production of fiber-based food serviceware for the purpose of liquid and grease resistance. Unfortunately, PFAS, also known as forever chemicals, persist in waterways and the environment due to their prevalent use in common consumer products. PFAS are linked to liver and kidney cancer, decreased fertility, thyroid problems, and decreased immunity. Several states have passed legislation limiting PFAS not only in food serviceware, but also in other items. And finally, there are many private companies, including Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Chipotle, Albertsons, Panera, and Taco Bell that are taking steps to phase out these chemicals from their supply chains. Next slide. Here are some common examples where PFAS have been used in recent times. In California, its use has been banned in firefighting foam, cosmetics, and in the current legislative session, lawmakers will vote to ban it in carpet and rugs, as well as all paper food packaging containing PFAS. And next slide. This slide shows some additional changes to the definitions in the model ordinance that were just made for clarity. Next slide. Biodegradable is a word that is often used by manufacturers to mislead or greenwash consumers into thinking their product is more sustainable, so we replaced it with compostable. The compost facilities that accept material from Sonoma County dictate the types of materials that are included or excluded from the stream. These facilities, by and large, prefer to sell organic compost because there is high demand and the price averages about $25 per cubic yard versus $5 per cubic yard for non-organic compost. Those compostable plastics and PLA products disqualify the compost from the organic designation, which is why compostable foodware in Sonoma County must be comprised of only of fiber-based materials such as paper, wood, wheat straw, bamboo, or palm leaf. Next slide. This is just another reminder that reducing exposure to PFAS chemicals is good for the environment as well as public health. You know, we have a watershed that we are tasked with protecting in many ways, and PFAS are a really serious item of concern once they escape into waterways. The next slide. As you can see, we are about halfway through Sonoma County jurisdictions. Since this packet was published, Santa Rosa has adopted a more stringent version of the model, which requires reusables for on-site dining, as well as a couple minor changes in addition. And Rohnert Park is scheduled to hear this item on August 10th. Next slide. Here's one of our outreach materials showing preference for reusables, and then single-use recyclable and fiber compostable are great, but polystyrene is going away. Next slide. Graphic-rich materials are most helpful to affected businesses, and we want to demonstrate the cost savings of switching to reusable food serviceware. And one new exciting opportunity to note here is that Zero Waste Sonoma is offering a first come, first served grant of up to $250 per business to support the transition to reusables until the funds are used up. And we have a cap of $10,000 in the current fiscal year for that. Eligible expenses will include a variety of reusable food serviceware items, bulk dispensers, self-service bins, dishwashers, and payment to third parties to support reuse. Next slide. Here's a visual representation of compliant compostable foodware products. Next slide. Some examples of recyclable food serviceware items. Next slide. This is a list of foodware distributors and the types of compliant products that they are able to supply. Next slide. And so now, as you can see, we've already created educational collateral and we're moving into the next steps. Next slide, please. And now that we've been able to add more educational pieces to the dedicated ordinance webpage, as well as create the complaint and exemption forms, which are live now. Next Tuesday, August 3rd, we will be hosting an informational webinar for potentially affected businesses to introduce this ordinance and answer some frequently asked questions. And that will be recorded. We will also link that to our webpage for this ordinance. And I'll be happy to share that link when it's available. Next slide. The final phase will be executing the enforcement plan. And between now and the end of 2021, there will be significant outreach through notification letters, coordination with chambers of commerce and other channels to provide information and technical assistance into businesses and the public. The enforcement will be implemented by Zero Waste Sonoma. And then if a business is still non-compliant after 3 public complaints, we will turn over those communications to the city, and code enforcement will decide whether to issue fines at that time. The next slide. And that concludes the presentation. I appreciate your attention and I'm happy to help answer any questions.
Thank you, Sloan. Thank you for that presentation. At this point, I'll open it up to the council. Councilmember Ford.
2 questions about the requirement to provide locally compostable or recyclable single-use. There is an exception if such products don't exist, yes?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so is locally compostable, since we don't have a local composting facility anymore, is it clear that that means accepted in the local waste stream, not actually locally compostable?
Sloan, you can weigh in, but I mean, that's how we would interpret it, that wherever our compost goes is where it would have to be compostable.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Ford's questions first. The one that comes up a lot is cups. For right now, the paper cups for hot have a plastic lining in them. So right now there isn't a good product for that. Eventually someone will come up with that. And secondly, on the composting, while we work forward with bringing composting back to the county, it is certainly the intent and everyone's desire that it be organic. So it's important for us to get people kind of moving in that direction, even if, because we have to break up some of our out hauling of things, they may not be organic. We need to get people moving in that right direction. And then I'd like to ask Sloan, since we're kind of halfway there, what, if any, issues have you seen with the cities that have come before us?
Yeah, you know, I think one of the biggest challenges right now is that with the supply chain disruptions that have been a result of COVID, certain products are a little bit more expensive to acquire or just not available at this time. That's some of the feedback that I've been receiving from businesses as I've done some direct outreach there. So not to say that there isn't any compliant options available, but you know, it might take a little bit of time to return to the normal costs that were sort of the pre-COVID costs of certain items. I would say that's probably like the biggest thing that I've noted recently.
And I think that that's one of the reasons that we have the item in there that someone can ask for an extension because they're having difficulty getting product. So I think that that's covered with that, but thank you. And thank you for the presentation and all the work in moving us towards this. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
That's my pleasure.
And Mayor, if I might, I mean, I think this is obvious, but we didn't explicitly say it. The model ordinance is revised in the packet to have a go live date of January 2022. And the reasoning is to allow people to go through their existing stock of materials and hopefully order appropriately for January 1. And Councilmember Harvey, on the question about the, and Councilmember Ford, the coffee cup is the most commonly cited example of there's really no good alternative. Well, the best alternative is to bring your own coffee mug, right? But if you don't do that, there's no single use alternative right now for that kind of, and I'm curious, you know, to Councilmember Harvey's question, Sloan, when you have people getting hot beverages in particular, you know, they have waivers, right? They have exemptions each year to make sure that they can just continue to use what's available. But then they also are required, customers are required to ask for lids for those too, or how does that work in practice with the other cities?
Yeah, so actually what we have decided as an interpretation to the on request only is that as long as it's verbalized from either the provider or the customer themselves, because that would kind of meet those requirements. So if somebody is getting coffee, the barista can say, would you like a lid with that? And that would actually meet the requirements.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. We were going back and forth today, but I wanted to confirm that.
Yes. And just to kind of along those lines too, another way to meet that requirement is not necessarily for coffee lid, but maybe, but for in any other practical application, if there's a self-service bin area or an area where the customer can select the products that they need for those accessories, that would also meet the requirements.
Yeah, I would think that any to-go drink you probably want a lid on it for practical reasons or safety reasons if it's hot. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Sloan, I do have a question for you. In the packet, in looking at this, I know that there was a concern that the cities have the uniform approach, which is why we are looking at adopting a potential ordinance that mimics the counties so that, people know from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Well, one of the things on packet page 297, there was a comment in there that said, the proposed ordinance does not prohibit the retail sale of non-recyclable or non-compostable single-use disposable foodware. Why is that?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at 297.
297, paragraph 3, last sentence in section 4 there.
Okay.
It prohibits, I believe, Mayor, to your question, it prohibits the sale of polystyrene except for some instances like polystyrene within like a hard cooler or a life vest or some of the examples that are used where there's not, but any sort of single-use polystyrene would not be allowed to be sold. But it doesn't cover the retail sales of single-use, like plastic forks or whatever that you might get at the dollar store. It doesn't cover that type of thing.
Why not?
So I guess your question is why not, right?
Correct.
Well, since individuals or families are still able to purchase those items for their own use, and it doesn't apply to them, it really just applies to the restaurants as far as those non-polystyrene items. That's the reason.
So would it not make sense to include something like this? I mean,
So-
we're trying to get rid of those things out of our stream. But if we say that the 10 restaurants in the town can't do them, but everybody else can go ahead and buy them and, not worry about it, it kind of sends a mixed message, I think.
I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions that have actually banned the sale of sort of like those plastic accessory items at this time. I think it's a great idea. Personally, I would love to see that happen, but I think that there's probably going to be a lot more industry pushback if we were to pursue something like that, and probably the threat of litigation as well. So we were kind of following in the footsteps of other jurisdictions with this, and that's kind of why we landed on the particular language that we have.
Well, no, sorry, Mayor. So in this, the model ordinance was modeled after all of the other I know it said explicitly, I think Santa Cruz or Santa Clara, but were the ones that were chosen, but very similar to the other model ordinances across the state in what they cover, the one that we have here.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to whatever is out there as far as the polystyrene foam. The food serviceware portion of this is slightly different than in other cities. I'd say Berkeley probably has the most restrictive one in the Bay Area at this time. But with the modifications that the city of Santa Rosa has made to theirs, which are going to require reusables for dine-in, that's definitely kind of pushing the limit there in the Bay. So we're happy to see that, but they will be actually doing their own outreach and enforcement internally, just because it is a significant departure from what's in our ordinance.
Okay, well, maybe this is something that we bring up back down the road to make this even stronger, more effective. Councilmember Harvey?
I just kind of want to ask Sloan, based upon your question, most of the vendors that provide all of these supplies that are replacements for all these things are not vendors that most residents would have access to. So it's almost as if until such time those types of products are more readily available to residents, I think it gets a little bit harder, Mayor Moore, to do that, because the places where they can get them now are really meant, more as a wholesale rather than retail.
I get that. But
Yes.
if you were to ban those in just on the disposable foodware, then I'm sure they would find alternatives.
Someone would come up with something, I am sure.
Councilmember Ford?
I keep putting my hand up and down because I'm wanting to wait till discussion after public comment, but then somebody says something that makes me want to jump in. And yeah, I agree with Councilmember Harvey that should wait for a future, bring it back and strengthen it when the restaurant industry can lead the push for the development of better products that then will be available retail. I don't think, it just feels like with online shopping an option that would, I don't want to disadvantage our retailers any more than by banning polystyrene right now.
Okay. Well, it's certainly something to consider. I would like to see something like that move forward. Nothing that we have to do at this moment, but I was curious why that was. So with that in mind, I don't see any other hands up from the council, so I will open it up to public comment. Ms. Burgess?
Jenny Blaker, go ahead.
Hello. I certainly appreciate the work of Zero Waste Sonoma and hope that the county, the council will pass this ordinance, but I did have a few questions. In the agenda, it says that the model ordinance would prohibit most polystyrene, not all. I think perhaps the city manager answered that when he talked about coolers and life jackets. But also I just wondered how the words recyclable and compostable, as I know all of you know, seem to get so confused. So many people don't realize that the paper cups with plastic liners can't be composted, or that certain kinds of so-called bioplastics are not really recyclable or compostable. And I'm just wondering how people will be educated about that, including in the restaurants and catering places, as well as the public. And it's also, I agree, very confusing when things are sold saying that they're compostable, and yet we can't compost them here because the facilities here can't cope with them. So I'm just concerned, you know, how do more people get it right? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a pretty good question, Ms. Baker. I'm not quite certain if there's an approach to that, Sloan, and at the county level.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. As far as the outreach, right now we are focusing first on the businesses that are going to be affected, but coming up with a real robust public education campaign is definitely something that's sort of in the next steps for the end of this year, as we're coming into when the sort of enforcement will begin. And we are in the process of hiring a new marketing person who will be helping me out immensely with this task. And at the county level, we have made great connections with the Economic Development Board, who's just very well connected in terms of industry groups and outreach, and getting the message across to just a very diverse set of community groups. And we hope that that's a kind of channel in to getting this message out there to the public.
Thank you, Sloan. I also know that our hauler, Recology, is also doing a significant amount of outreach to reach the consumers and let them know what works and what doesn't work in our particular streams. Thank you so much. We don't have any further public comment, or do we, Ms. Burgess?
We do, actually.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Lori Ann Barber, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I am, no surprise, very strongly in favor of this ordinance. It feels like it's been such a long time because of COVID kind of slowing this train as well as many other trains down. So I'm excited to have it on the agenda tonight. A couple of comments. You know, I think it's such a shame that the single-use plastic cups for coffee, et cetera, are one of the most used items, and that there's no alternative, and that they are garbage. And I feel like there should be something that makes those cups have a big label on them that says this is trash, because people don't know what to do with them. So that's kind of my semi tongue-in-cheek suggestion, but really it would be great. Just a comment just about sort of the confusion of the public, and that in some ways, you know, we have this company in our county, World Centric, and they produce much supposedly compostable like utensils and things which can't go into our compostable waste stream. And I think it just confuses people so much. So I appreciate the, you know, the clarity in the ordinance and saying where businesses can get things. But I share kind of Jenny's concern too, that even with all the education, it feels like people still don't know what to do. And I also wonder for the recyclable items, I know that, you know, Recology is doing the best job they can to recycle things, but oftentimes there are things that there just are no markets for or whatever. So it's sort of aside from the ordinance, just my general concerns about whether the things go in the right places and that the right things get used. I did want to say that in terms of what consumers can buy, Oliver's has quite a nice array of, you know, if you're going to a picnic or whatever, they have all kinds of alternatives to plastic cutlery and, you know, the plates and things. So it is possible for consumers to buy that kind of stuff if they want to, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. I also, in the same vein as John talking about not offering all that plastic stuff in the supermarket for consumers, someday I would like to see plastic water bottles not be available either. I think it's actually a much bigger, there's so many more plastic water bottles bought unnecessarily when we have fabulous tap water here, that way more of those are bought than silverware. Again, not what we're talking about tonight. I'm just kind of going on because this is such an important issue to me. And lastly, at some point in the future, I would love to see Cotati go as far as Santa Rosa and require reusables for dine-in as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorianne.
Neil Hancock, go ahead.
Yes, hello. I also appreciate that this is being put on and being talked about, and that particularly the in the discussion or education with vendors, that there'll be a encouragement to provide a 25-cent credit for customers bringing their own reusable containers. I certainly go in there with my cup and ask, can this actually be used? We have taken in the past some of the packaging and put it in our compost heap, and certainly the cups are absolutely a disaster. Putting them on the side and just seeing how the plastic starts to flake off and comes off, and then there's paper underneath it. So maybe I'll take one of those with me as well. So do appreciate it that it's going forward, and the education I think is just a real part of the whole process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil.
And that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. I think down the road, we might look at another ordinance regarding labeling those cups as trash in each of the establishments, but not tonight. And so I'll bring it back to the council if there's any further questions or discussion on this. Okay, seeing none, I would certainly entertain a motion on this.
Mayor Moore, if I may interject, please, and apologize. We do have an additional late hand.
Oh, certainly. Go ahead.
Lisa Moore, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry, just wanted to say great presentation by Sloan, and that I'm totally in support of this ordinance by the city of Cotati. I support the one in Petaluma, and full disclosure, I work for Recology, so I do a lot of this education throughout the community, and I would love to see it even go further. You know, when we can buy fiberware at the dollar store, I think that's when we're going to hit, you know, our mark. It's when it's cheap enough for everybody to have these materials and not just for folks that have the money to buy this ware. So my goal is to educate as many people as I can. I think we're getting there. So anyways, I just wanted to throw my full support at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Sunny Galbraith, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sunny Galbraith, and I chair the North Bay Zero Waste group. And we are in full support of this. We're so happy that it's come to your council. And I am also I live in Sebastopol. I'm on the City of Sebastopol Zero Waste Committee, and we passed a nearly identical ordinance in March of 2019. And our local restaurants and establishments have been open to it. And we had lots of good visits before the pandemic, and they were appreciative of the information of how they could be greener in their products. And I also wanted to say that Zero Waste Sonoma has been incredibly supportive in terms of, you know, printing custom signage for us for our ordinance, and outreach to businesses and support with language for the ordinance and questions and various resources for businesses of where they could get the materials. So it's been a pleasure working with them. And I'm just thrilled to see that other jurisdictions around the county are now adopting these, like Santa Rosa and Petaluma. And you've probably heard of all the cities that have adopted it. But yeah, welcome aboard. We would love to have Katati join us. I'm also part of 350 Sonoma Climate Action Group. So thank you very much. And thank you for the great presentation, Sloan.
Thank you, Sunny.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. So with that, I will bring it back to the council, and if there's no further questions, would entertain a motion.
I would be happy to make a motion, Mayor Moore, but bear with me while I read all of it. It's a big one. I'd like to introduce an ordinance to rescind Chapter 8.20 of the Cotati Municipal Code and replace it with the model ordinance to prohibit most polystyrene and require single-use food service ware to be recyclable or compostable. And 2, authorize the city manager by motion to enter into an agreement with Zero Waste Sonoma to conduct education and outreach on behalf of the city.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would do a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Sloan, for that presentation. And baby steps, but we're getting there.
Thank you for having me tonight.
Certainly. Okay, with that, we'll move on to items D and E in the public hearings. And then I think we'll take a little bit of a, like a little recess before we jump into the regular agenda items, if that's, council's okay with that. So now we'll go on.
Mayor Moore,
yes.
Just a quick interjection. I have elder care responsibilities tonight, so I will have to step out for these next D and E agenda items. I will be back for the
That'd be
regular
fine.
agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. We still have a quorum, so we're okay. So I believe this one is going to Mr. Scott. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. Backflow devices are required for certain properties to protect the public water system from contamination from private water systems. The state requires backflow devices to be tested every year, and this testing is the property owner's responsibility. If a property fails to provide the city with a certification, the city steps in and has the device tested and bills the property owner. The 31 properties listed for this year have not paid the city, and an assessment is needed to recover those costs. The assessment includes a $15 late fee and a $35 administration fee. On June 8th, City Council set the date for the public hearing. and staff has since duly noted this public hearing. The action tonight is to conduct the public hearing and to receive protests and then consider approval of a resolution to levy the assessments. And then I just want to note in closing the replacement page. There was a minor modification to the list. And with that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Are there any questions from the council? You know, I just hate to keep seeing this coming up again and again and again. We've talked about this, I don't know, 10 years now, something like that. Maybe we address it in our fees down the road and say, look, you know, why don't we double it? Because $15 apparently is not a deterrent to have us go through these hoops every year. And I'm sure it's primarily the same people. Councilmember Harvey.
Mayor Moore, I think that that's part of the problem, you know, based upon the previous item that we had, is that we can only charge the fees commiserate to what it takes us to do it. So I think that most of these folks, you know, like you say, because it's such a low fee, there is no incentive for them to behave differently. So it's unfortunate that we can't, you know, correct the behavior with fees. I agree with you.
An incentive to not have to drag us through this every time.
Exactly. And it seems to be the same people over and over and over again.
Right. Okay, I don't see any further questions from the council at this point, so I will open it up for public comment. Ms. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I'll look to our attendees for any public comment. And that will end public comment.
Thank you. Being that we don't have any further communication on this or comments on this, I would be open to a motion.
Alrighty then, move that the city council conduct a public hearing to receive all oral and written protests to the amount of fiscal year 2020-2021 backflow testing charges and approve a resolution establishing the outstanding backflow testing charges and directing the levying of assessments on the fiscal year 21-22 property tax rolls.
Thank you.
I'm a little confused. Is this part, are we having the public hearing right now? So do we need to make a motion to conduct a public hearing? I mean, sounds like the motion was to conduct a public hearing, but do we just need the motion to just be to approve the backflow charges?
Yeah, the public hearing was tonight, and this is just concluding that process.
All right, I will change it. I'll start all over again for you then.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I'll make a motion, where is it, the and? Make a motion to approve the resolution establishing the outstanding backflow testing charges and directing the levying of assessments on the fiscal year 21-22 property tax rolls.
I will enthusiastically second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Don't believe
Yes.
Councilmember Ford has joined us back, and Mayor Moore.
Yes. So let that show as a 3-0 on that. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 11E. Objections to the report of sewer charges. Again, this would be Mr. Scott.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council. So this item is very similar to the last item. We have one sewer connection that is a repeat offender in that they do not pay their sewer bill. And so kind of deferring it to this process. And so there's the $15 late fee and the $35 administration fee applied to this customer as well. And the motion again tonight is to, or the action is to open the public hearing, hear any protests, close the public hearing, and then consider adoption of the resolution to levy the assessment on this one customer. that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any questions from the council? No. Okay. Ms. Burgess, can we open this up for public comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight for any raised hands. And that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sparks, do you want to take a stab at the ordinance?
Sure, I think it's my turn.
It's about time.
I move that we approve the itemized report of sewer charges and penalties outstanding and direct the levying of assessment on the fiscal year 21-22 property tax rolls.
And we just need a second.
I would second that motion.
I was going to say, Miss Harvey, you're falling off. Usually you're much quicker on those.
I was still reading. I'm like, okay, I was waiting for the resolution part.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you'd kindly do a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. So right now it is 8:25. We're going to break for we'll give Councilmember Ford a few more minutes. So we'll break for 10 minutes and come back at 8:36. Thank you so much. You know, it's gonna be a full agenda when they go with the extra big binder for the material. So it looks like I've got 8:36. Ms. Burgess, are we all set?
We are.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting at 8:36. And we'll move on to our regular agenda item, number 12, 12A, Cahoots Next Steps, Cotati Mountain Park. And I believe, Mr. Obid, you will be introducing this?
I will, yes. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this item, I think is self-explanatory, but Cahoots is the mental health crisis team out of Eugene, Oregon. And this is a way of quick background. There's a similar, basically identical model that's been just gotten off the ground in a pilot phase in Petaluma. And Rohnert Park and the city of Cotati have been working together on evaluating what that might look like in our combined communities. And that also includes SSU, I should add. That was part of that analysis. And right now we're moving forward with, and if the council agrees to continue to move forward, Petaluma is calling their program SAFE. And that's the acronym they're using. And we're proposing to use that also for just to reduce confusion in the community about what the service is. And that's specialized assistance for everyone SAFE. So that's what the program is becoming called, and probably would, if it moves forward with us, it would be probably launched with that same name. Attached to the staff report is a kind of deep dive on some of the data, and the staff report describes how that data was derived. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that. But before I turn it over to Ben Adam Clymer, who's here with Crisis Consulting, who can go over some of the report details, I'll just add that in terms of total call volumes, this is just at a really high level. We're talking about these kind of programs, and these are just estimates, so keep that in mind, of course. But it's about 4 to 8%-ish, I think, is a typical range of call volumes that could be either diverted or co-response with a team like this. And I also included one more thing real quick before I hand it off to Ben. I also included just a high-level cost estimate, and that's that just kind of gives you an outside, I think, boundary of what the cost might be if we were, and that's not our costs directly, that would be the total program costs if it ran in Rohnert Park, Cotati in a vacuum. So in other words, we don't coordinate with Petaluma, we don't have any sort of outside funding, but it at least gives you an outside edge of what that kind of planning level cost estimate would look like for running a program. With that, I'll hand it off to Ben Clymer, if you there, Ben?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Great. So over some of the report details, and then I can answer any questions the council or public might have.
Excellent. Oh, am I able to share screen?
Lauren, can you make them
able to share
screen?
Yeah, just give me one moment.
Probably should have sent that. Well, anyway, thank you for having me. And honestly, I think there's a lot of interesting things in your city council meeting. I've been to a bunch of these, and there was honestly some new stuff I've never heard at city council meetings before. So that's really really fun to hear and listen to. And I also just want to start by saying I was up there training the Petaluma team a couple weeks ago, and just had a fantastic time in the region. We stayed in Santa Rosa, spent time in Rohnert Park and Cotati, and spent a bunch of time in Petaluma. And I live in LA County, and I work in Orange County, and I'm quite frankly very jealous as a lifelong Oregonian of your beautiful, you know, region. Really fantastic. And one of the things that I think that we always want to look at when we're, you know, assessing these sort of situations, the call volume, the call data, is both the sort of sheer numbers, but also a sort of you know, assessment of what it kind of means for people to have a social service response, not just a police response or fire department response or an EMS response, and try to indicate, you know, that you know, most importantly, more than anything, we really want people to have the sort of correct response for the you know, for the right situations, which in times is going to be, you know, people who manage crime and violence. Other times it's going to be people who manage medical emergencies, and other times with fires. But a lot of times people's issues, their crises, and to some extent their emergencies, aren't really deriving from any one of those issues. And so having a team that's specially designated for that is the goal. To be able to deploy people for those specific types of issues. And that's why we're calling it, you know, specialized assistance for everyone. It's a group that responds to everyone and anyone, and does it at any time. We're still. Oh, hey, look at that! I can do this. I'm gonna take over. There, can everyone see my screen now? Are we good?
Yeah, you're good, Ben.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, I just botched it bad. I forgot to edit the front cover.
Well, maybe it's not good, Ben.
Yeah, that's terrible. Also, I will say that, listen, you guys, Ben, there's another Ben in this meeting, and this entire time I've been listening. Every time I hear it, I think that somebody's talking to me. So I've been like, oh, no. And then it's like, no, wrong. So this is the SAFE team. One of the exciting things, I think, for me, and talking about this project, especially in your region, in Sonoma County, in Cotati, Rohnert Park, Petaluma, SSU, all over the place up there, is that for the longest time when I was giving presentations, and when I give a presentation to you all many months ago, I've been using pictures of the Cahoots team that I worked on for many years. And the exciting thing about doing presentations like this now is that I get to actually show pictures of the SAFE team, of this new new team where we're building infrastructure, growing the model, of sending out 2 social service workers, one who's focused on behavioral health and one that's focused on physical health. And so that's exciting for me. And I will say that the program has been already just a huge hit. Petaluma, just to give a sense of where we're at. I just got from the program director there on the SAFE team, a good dear friend of mine, Manning Walker, that they've done 81 calls in 2 weeks. To give you a sense around how much that is, the Portland, Oregon version of Cahoots is called the Portland Street Response. Their busiest month was 64 calls. And so this team is already moving. They're doing a ton of work and having a ton of success. They're estimating somewhere to the tune of 17 times they've diverted somebody from the emergency room. So just really great success already. And I just want to tell some personal stories from my time training the team of some stuff that we were able to do. I have changed the details to sort of protect the privacy of folks. But one, we met with this man named Jeff. He's been living outside for almost 10 years. And on a Friday, we met him, and and on that Friday, he refused any services. He didn't want to talk to us. He was fine talking with us, but he didn't really want us to do anything. On Sunday, he was in a bathroom that he was in there for a long time, and the police came and asked him to leave because the business called and said, "Hey, there's a guy locked in our bathroom. Can you come get him out?" And the police said, "Hey, you can talk with us, or you can go talk with these folks over here." And he was like, "Oh, that sounds great." And he walked over, and we said, "Hey, we really want to bandage up your hands because they've got a lot of wounds on them." And he said, "That sounds phenomenal. Let's do that." So we bandaged him up. The next day, saw him again, and we said, "Hey, we're pretty good at bandaging stuff, but who's really good at bandaging stuff is the nurse over at the Petaluma Health Center." And we said, "Would you like to go see the nurse?" And he said, "Oh yeah, that'd be great." So this was a man that when we started on this started the SAFE team, we were told nobody ever got to look at his wounds. He shied away from everyone giving him assistance, everyone providing him any kind of medical care at all. And within a week, we got him in to see the nurse to do proper wound care for him. So we're very, very happy with that. And just a sort of testimony to when you send that sort of social service response, really good things can happen. Then the next, also while I was there, we met with this man named Chad, and he had told his good friend while intoxicated that he wanted to die by suicide. That was on a Sunday, and the friend called on Monday for someone to go check on him. The police were, getting used to us, so they went out with us. But they realized almost immediately that there was really no need for them to be there. So they said, "Hey, why don't you talk to the SAFE team?" We were able to connect with him and have a good conversation with him about, the stress that he was feeling in his life. And he said, "I was feeling really bad yesterday, but I'm feeling better today." And we said, "If you ever start to feel that way again, you can call and you can get assistance from us." And he said, "That's fantastic." And that he would definitely do that in the future. And it was just a really good moment of connecting with somebody who may have been in a really bad spot, but was able to get that support that he needed, and then know that in the future he could continue to get that support if he was ever in that kind of crisis again. So just how many of these types of calls of responding to the Jeffs and the Chads of the world are we talking about? And based on my assessment of the call data, it would look at something to the tune of about 3,500 calls per year that this team could respond to between Cotati, Rohnert Park, and SSU. The majority of these would not require police, fire department, EMS, and included in those 3,500, it's good to remember those are calls that already exist and do not factor in all the other sort of outreach, assistance, and things like that this team can do on top of that to provide really quality service and crisis intervention for folks living in places like Cotati, Rohnert Park. And I think also one of the greatest pieces of this is that it does give you your own social service response to the specific needs of your community. A team that's specifically focused on that region, and making sure that the residents of your city and the cities around it are getting that kind of social service response. So the first thing we need to do is moving forward is getting the foundation laid, and getting the biggest barrier is getting a vehicle, which we're already actively working on with Rohnert Park, and also the great thing is that because Petaluma has sort of kicked this off, they have a van that's being outfitted. And they are currently using that old ambulance you saw in the picture as their primary vehicle. But when that outfitted van comes online, that ambulance is going to move to the backup and can hopefully be used to start the program in Cotati and Rohnert Park. And then secondly, we've just kind of need to engage with the people already doing the SAFE team, which we had a really great meeting yesterday morning talking about what it might look like to continue to do this in not just Petaluma, but also in Rohnert Park and Cotati, and really make this a really nice regional response where everyone knows when they're having that crisis and they need somebody, they know to call the SAFE team, and that there's no confusion from city to city. Just like everyone knows when they're having a violence issue, they call the police, or somebody's having a fire, they call the fire department. That they know to call that team for these types of mobile crises. So I really, want to say thank you for your time. I also want to say that mobile crisis is and the Cahoots model mobile crisis so huge for me. Just giving me these opportunities to speak to you all about this is always just a really fulfilling experience. So thank you so much. As you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about this, and I really look forward to a mobile crisis team doing some response to Cotati, and hopeful that we can make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clymer. Appreciate that. I will bring this back to the council for any further questions. Not seeing any hands raised at the moment.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't see that there. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. Ben, thank you so much for the presentation. I saw in the report that there was a statement that Petaluma People Services had indicated something about a 3-month lag time between when their pilot is beginning and when our pilot could begin. And I'm just wondering what the status is with conversations with Petaluma and with SSU, and just exactly where are we in terms of collaborating, and where is that relationship at right now?
Yeah. So part of that, so the major parts of that 3-month lag time are just, getting contracts and all that kind of stuff lined up and good to go. The other major part of that lag time is what I already mentioned with the vehicle issue. So because we're working on ascertaining a vehicle, for a sort of a team between Rohnert Park and Cotati currently, that's still very difficult to do, and it takes a lot of time, and then actually like retrofitting that vehicle is very hard. So Petaluma's retrofitted vehicle will be ready in approximately 2.5 months from now, at which time our conversation with them has been to then utilize the their vehicle that they're using now, which is that old ambulance, to get the program started there, which is again where you get that kind of 3-month lag time. So from the end when that report was written just 2 weeks ago to the end. So they're the sort of hurdles that we have to face, and then there's also hiring and training and that kind of stuff. But then the really nice thing is that we've got the infrastructure sort of set up in Petaluma already, which I think is going to make it a lot a simpler, more streamlined process for you all.
And Councilmember Sparks, I'll also add to the second part of your question that at least in discussions so far with Petaluma, they've expressed an interest in working with us on it. Besides the van, but also, the conversations have been about some of the management structure, potentially some of the staffing, and how that might work sort of operationally. So I don't think we're not at the point where we know exactly how all that's going to work yet, but we've certainly been throwing ideas around back and forth. And we're working on, that's one of the operational details that hasn't been fully fleshed out yet. And then the other part was SSU. And so we have been in conversations with SSU as well, and they have expressed an interest in joining the program. But again, we need to kind of conclude those conversations. So the thought was after tonight, if the council, presuming the council wants us to proceed with this program, then we would be pursuing those conversations with diligence to try to understand how all that would work in the pilot, and then maybe eventually with a full-scale program.
And SSU, we talked with both their police chief and their counseling and psychiatric services group, and they were both very positive in those conversations.
Yeah, and then this is probably obvious to everyone here, but when we're talking SSU, what we're talking about is on-campus response with the SAFE team, because obviously a lot of the student body lives in the community and they're going to be just part of our community response regardless of what SSU does.
Thank you. Any further questions at this point from the council?
Mayor Moore?
Councilmember Harvey?
Yeah, so how long does it take to get a van?
That's a very hard question to answer. To give you a sense of how difficult it is to ascertain these vans currently, because the type of van that we use for it is also being bought up by Amazon and FedEx for transport of goods, not just delivery of people. Is in Orange County, where I also work developing mobile crisis teams. We have a 6-month lag time between purchase, putting down the funds and actually ascertaining the van. So it can be rather difficult. And we have a team of several people who are scouring the entire surrounding area of LA and Orange County for these vans, just to find used ones that we can maybe start with sooner. And it's almost impossible to find.
So along those lines, Damien, I know this is thinking way out of the box, but would it be possible to utilize something like our command center van that we have and have that repurposed?
The thought had crossed my mind, but I don't think we can because it's a county vehicle.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, we just house it essentially.
Okay.
I think it's a lot bigger than maybe what they need to. It'd be pretty awkward to drive that thing around everywhere.
Okay, I was just trying to think out of the box, thinking we had a vehicle that didn't really get used very much. Maybe it would, better serve us in that capacity.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kicking ideas around, like, rather than going the new vehicle route, is there any used vehicles out there scouring this kind of sort? So I think collectively we're all looking for other options, but that could very well be a critical path item to get the van.
Yeah. Another question I had is, in here there were some detailed costs, and I was a little confused because we talk about 24/7 coverage, and the 4.35 FTEs may work. It's a little tight to do 24/7 support. It means nobody can go on vacation, no one can get sick, no one can, get hurt, nothing can happen to them. That seemed a little tight to me. And I was very confused when you have one clinical director and one medic supervisor. And so how does that work in a 24/7 environment when you only have one?
Yeah, the supervisors don't work on the vans. They're just kind of like administrative folks, although they would probably have some van responsibilities just to make sure that they sort of stay grounded in the work. The FTEs are tight. That's true. I think that we do some, we've always at Cahoots, we've always staffed it very similarly to like a police department. You don't really have like, extra folks. It's shift work. So when people are out, then you cover for each other. But that's all a good point. There's hope that as the money from ARPA comes in, then we might be able to expand this a little bit more. And to give you a sense of what that is, that's the American Rescue Plan Act has allotted $1 billion to the states for programs just like this. That will be available April next year. So the hope is that by having these teams up and running, we'll be sort of first in line for that money, because we'll already be prepared for it. So that would be another goal, I think, down the line. But good eye, and I think we definitely need to plan for that as it comes up. But this is definitely just kind of like getting things going for the pilot.
So the individual teams, the workers do not need support from the clinical director or the medic supervisor?
Not on shift at all times. They'll get support from them in terms of supervision and meetings and, you know, community and outreach and engagement. But those folks are going to be, you know, the EMT and the crisis worker. They are the ones that staff the vans and they respond to calls, you know, independently on their own.
Okay. And your solution to having people cover for one another sounds good, but we know that what that involves is lots of overtime, and overtime is costly.
Yep.
So sometimes it's better
That's
to
true.
have a proper staffing level than to depend on overtime to cover shifts. So those are my-
I will say as the former schedule coordinator for the Cahoots team, that was always a problem for us. The trickiest piece is how do you get and hold on to quality staff when they don't actually have like that many hours on the team. It's hard to have per diem people, especially since training is such a difficult and rigorous process. And then you train them and then suddenly they don't, then they go off and they do other things and they have other jobs. And then they're really hard to use them for coverage because they're working their full-time job to pay the bills. And then they're supposed to come cover for people from time to time, but it's really hard to do that when you're not paying them full-time alone. So it's a really difficult situation. It's one that I think all first responders have to deal with.
But it also may highlight that these costs as laid out here may need additional overtime, you know, sums in here.
They may need, increasing overtime for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Because that, you know, we find that, you know, we found that over the years in our police department when we run such a lean department. So just my thought there. Those are my only
Thank
questions.
you. I really appreciate that as a person who's worked on the van and had to deal with the stress of a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Harvey, I'll also just add, just as an operational detail, one of the things, you know, if we are able to coordinate with Petaluma, you know, that's another opportunity to help cover shifts if there's vacations or people are sick. But you know, that's one of the benefits for having a team and a training and a program that's identical to Petaluma's is just really just kind of plug and play if we need to support each other, if we go that way, as opposed to what Santa Rosa is doing something different, you know.
Right. And as you pointed out in the staff report, you know, ideally it would be extremely beneficial to have a whole regional set because you get the economies of scale of having more resources to put at it, and scheduling is easier, and you know, training is easier, and all those things get a little bit easier when you're not, you know, in that tight little, you know, there's 4.35 people, and if anything happens, oh well. So, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you for the very detailed report. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions from council on this? No? Chief Parrish, I would imagine you would be excited about something like this potentially coming to the community.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I am. I would like to share that I've met Ben in person, not just on Zoom. I invited him to the police department, and he came by and talked to a dispatcher and several of our police officers. And I think our department in general is looking forward to it and excited about it. There's also something that wasn't shared. Eventually, once Petaluma, Roanoke Park, Cotati, SSU, we're all up and running, we're going to share a van during the graveyard times, just one van for all jurisdictions for some cost savings, and that will help with the personnel issues that Councilmember Harvey had brought up.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, with no further questions from the council, I will open this up for public comment. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, Marjorie Crump Shears, go ahead.
Hello again. Those of you who were at the last city council meeting heard my support, my testimony in support of a Cahoots program for us here in Cotati in Rohnert Park. I am ecstatic that this is moving forward. I do have a question or two. When the team, and I guess this is for Ben, when the team finds someone who needs to receive immediate medical care or psychiatric care, does that team take that person to a facility or to a professional who will help with that issue? How is that handled?
Would you like me to respond now, or you have some more questions?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I will say right off the bat, if it's an emergency medical issue, right, it's emergency medicine, that goes to EMS, that still goes to the ambulance because they need to be taken to the emergency room right away. One of the reasons we have the EMTs riding on the van is to be able to know when the difference is between an emergency medical issue and some kind of behavioral health crisis. When there is a behavioral health crisis that is involved and need to be taken to a place like the CSU in Santa Rosa, then the team will do the transport in the vehicle. And we did several of those transports while I was training the team, both to the CSU, but also to other places like an ER in Santa Rosa, so that that person could then go on to the detox. So there's a variety of different options there. Also can take people to we take people to Petaluma Health Center to get various sort of ongoing care needs met as well for non-emergency types of issues.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. In my particular situation with my second youngest granddaughter, she was transported in a police van, and that was adding acid to the situation, I think. So I'm glad to know that there are some other options there. I can't say this enough, but I'm going to say it one more time. We need this, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the council. I think the thing that really stands out on this for me and this whole concept and the program is crisis intervention. And really just to help those folks that need the help that don't necessarily need the police services. So I think that'll be tremendous. Councilmember Harvey?
I had a question for the chief, if I could.
Certainly.
So in all these detailed costs and stuff, we talk about the crisis team and the clinical director and all that. Will we need to do also some special training with the dispatchers, since they're going to be the first line of attack there? And is there ongoing costs that we'll need to do to kind of keep that training up?
We try not to use the term attack.
So part of the SAFE training will be to train the dispatchers. There could be some overtime costs associated with that. I don't see any huge burden on that. I'm continuing to make sure that eventually COVID kind of slowed it down a little bit, but I want that Cotati Police Department, I want all dispatchers and all police officers to be crisis intervention team certified. I'm on that track, and we'll get there. And we have a pretty robust, thanks to council, the police department has a robust training budget for this fiscal year, which includes crisis intervention training, de-escalation tactics, anti-bias policing. So in my opinion, we're funded to move ahead with this as a police department. I think we're in a good place.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that we kind of had the other end of the spectrum, which wasn't included in any of these costs.
Police department. So we're ready to go. We're ready to launch the SAFE team with Ben, and we think we're about 3 months out.
That's exciting. Mr. Obid, I believe we're just looking for direction on this to continue to develop.
Yeah, so it's just it's basically just any direction, because as you heard earlier, there's operational and financial details to work out. And if the council is inclined to continue to move forward on this program, then just provide that direction and we shall go forth and come back with a fully baked, program next time.
Great.
Mayor Moore, if I may interject, I apologize. I do see a late hand and another raised hand from Ms. Crumshares.
Okay. Let me go through the council and then we'll go right back to that. Ms. Burgess. Councilmember Ford?
My feedback is full speed ahead with emphasis on the collaborations, because we clearly can't do this model on our own. And so I think the Rohnert Park SSU Cotati primary team collaboration is great, but I love the idea of working with Petaluma to back each other up, or have, joint training and staffing models so we can maybe fill holes for each other too. Sounds great.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks?
Yes, also full speed ahead is my take on it too. I'm just so excited, and I want to thank Chief Parrish for being so supportive of this project as well. Yes, let's do it.
Councilmember Harvey?
I would concur with my colleagues. I think this is a great step forward, and I'm glad to see that we're all working so well together with the other communities to make this happen. So go forth and make it be.
Thank you. Ms. Burgess, we'll go back to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Jenny Blanker, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry I raised my hand just a fraction too late. I wanted to say this sounds amazingly impressive and wonderful, and I'm so glad it's happening. Thank you. It also seems to have moved so fast. It doesn't seem any time at all since I heard the first introductory presentation about this at a city council meeting, and just so much progress seems to be made in a short time. I'm also really glad to hear that Chief Parrish and the police support it, and so thank you for everyone who's worked on it. And I did have one question, which is, I was just wondering, how do individuals who are in trouble get referred to the program? Can they, for example, just be referred by a passing stranger who's concerned about someone, or does it have to be a family member or the person themselves, or police, or what? Thank you.
Mr.
Marjorie
Clymer,
Crumpler.
do you want to stab at that? Maybe I shouldn't say stab.
I apologize. My computer was, and I was kicked off the Zoom for.
We can see you, but we missed your audio.
What's that? My computer is freezing and I'm having some trouble. The internet's having some trouble here, so I missed. I was kicked off the Zoom for a couple minutes there, so I missed the question. So I apologize.
The question was in reference to an individual suggesting services for somebody else. It doesn't necessarily have to go through dispatch, or?
Well, the way we organize it is that we run it through dispatch, just so there's a central line of access. And because the central communications line of dispatch for police, fire, and EMS is such a successful model, making a request and getting someone to you quickly, we've tapped into that. The way that we currently have that set up is to continue doing that. However, there may in fact be a chance in the future with the advent of what some people may know as 988, which is a 3-digit number to replace the National Suicide Hotline, that mobile crisis teams like this may in the future be dispatched through something like a 988. So that's a future thing to look at and think about. But at the moment, yeah, I think we're gonna continue doing it through that, because it's hard to infrastructure wise, it's hard to set up our own dispatch for one unit. Just to be honest, it's pretty tough. So yeah, but I think that it's worked pretty well, and most and by far the vast majority of people don't have a problem with it. One thing that we've done in Petaluma that's really nice is that they actually just set up a number that calls into the police dispatch, but it's a separate number that the dispatchers know that when that number rings, that's somebody asking for the SAFE team. So they know right away that when that phone rings, they know what they're answering the phone for. So that's a nice way to do it, and they're starting to sort of promote that. The team is. So that's certainly a very easy way possibility to make it so that the dispatchers will know right away who's being called for.
Jenny, does that answer your question?
I think, Mayor, I think she's offline and muted again now.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Burgess, do we have anybody else?
Yes, Marjorie Crumpshares.
Mayor Moore, a process issue before you take that speaker. Our rules only allow a speaker to speak one time on an issue, and I'm concerned about any precedent that this would set for future enforcement of that rule.
I will take that into consideration, Councilmember Ford. Ms. Crumpshares, did you happen to hear Mr. Ford on that?
I did hear him, and I immediately clicked on lower hand and took my hand down. So tell me, do you want me to respond, or should I not? I can send it in an email, I can whatever.
If it's a relatively quick question, Marjorie, I'll go ahead and take it.
Okay, Ben Clymer actually answered part of my question, which had to do with the choice between sending out a police officer and the Cahoots team, which meant, of course, special training for the dispatchers. The idea of a separate phone number is, I think, a great idea. The one thing I wanted to comment on, though, is when, and I saw this to some extent in my own personal situation, when a police officer or police officers, plural, come, they are armed. They have stuff on them that people don't want to have to look at or deal with. And that concerns me. And that's one reason why I really like the Cahoots model. By the same token, I'm really glad that Chief Parrish sees the wisdom of the training for our police officers in crisis management and definitely for our dispatchers. So thank you for that. But that issue of being presented with militaristic stuff doesn't always help the situation, and that is my concern. And I'm done. Thank you very much for letting me say this.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
I will say that I did speak about 2 minutes of Marjorie's prior comment. So
we'll let it slide this time, Mr. Clymer. Okay, at this point, I would be looking for some direction from the council. I think it's a wonderful program. I hope down the road that we are able to continue to fund it as we move along. I know we're looking at some funds coming in from Measure O and potentially from the federal government. So those things are very positive. And with that, I'll bring it back to council if anyone wants to. Do we need a motion on this, Mr. Bacher or Mr. Obid?
No motion, no. I mean, I think with your comments, I have good direction. Unless there's any other thing that anyone wants to add.
I would, it appears to be that there's a consensus to support this development further. So thank you very much. Mr. Clymer, thank you very much for your presentation on that. And we'll look forward to working with you down the road.
yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to our next agenda item 12B, which is discussion regarding financing of street improvements and a portion of CalPERS unfunded accrued liability. And I believe this is going to be Mr. Obid and Dimitri. Is that correct?
Actually, I'll hand it off to Angela. She'll start the presentation off.
Okay,
I get to take this big chunk of the agenda packet this time. So hopefully even though the agenda packet's significant, we're gonna hopefully keep this brief. So I'm just gonna go through a kind of a introduction, history, where we were, what we presented previously, as well as what our next steps are forward. So back on May 18th, not so long ago, we provided the first step in our strategic objective for the development of a pension management program. During that session, we discussed what the pension liability is for the city, since we do not provide Social Security, and the few strategies on how to address the future funding of these liabilities. Using the guidance from the meeting as directed by council, we've developed and come back to council with more defined scenarios for bond funding and combinations of both pension obligations and streets, as well as a draft pension unfunded liability policy. So what we're seeking tonight is direction on a specific scenario and focused options on timelines, as well as comments and recommendations for possibilities to include or amend for the policy. And finally, approval of a resolution formally engaging the team to serve as municipal advisors, bond counsel, and the underwriter and placement agents so we can continue to move this project forward. So once this is in place and it's all agreed to, then we can get the more finalized numbers and based on actual rates and further focus the strategy, which includes the plans and policies and items like prepayment terms, distribution of payments for cash flow management, the pros and cons of that private-public placement, and the cash savings of each option. Once this is collected and finalized, the advisory team and the staff will provide back the summary back to council for their approval and the strategy of an unfunded liability policy. So these two things can go hand in hand. Then this is what goes out for an offer, and those offers are received and then brought back again for council for their final approval of the bonds and creation of any additionally needed accounts or agreements that go along with those. So sorry to say, but you will be seeing this item at least a minimum of 2 more times. But it's great that we're continuing to push this along as quickly as we can with the information that we need to get back to council per your recommendations. So before I get to provide a brief summary of the policy, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dimitri, who's going to provide the more detailed presentation and go over the technical memo for those different scenarios, as well as timing of those funding streams, as well as the risk analysis that was requested. So Dimitri, I think you should be available now.
Yes, I am available.
Great.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Moore and members of the council.
Thank you, Angela. This presentation, and if we could start the presentation, please. The next slide. This presentation builds on the study session that we had on May 18th. And a lot of the background information that we covered, it was a pretty extensive discussion. We're not going to get into tonight. But for any refresher, you can reference the presentation that was done on that date, as well as the technical memorandum that was dated May 11th, that covered a lot of the background information. And as Angela pointed out, we received guidance to develop a comprehensive financing strategy for street improvements funding, pension cost management, and balancing of cash flows and reserves. And we have done that and have worked very extensively with Angela and Damien. And really, there's a lot of details that went into the development of the strategy, and they're documented in a technical memorandum dated July 16th of 2021. So this will provide just an overview of what was developed and the details that are contained in that memorandum. So basically, as we were looking at what's the best way to look at the pension liabilities holistically, not just as a standalone item, but really look at the entire financial picture of the city, looking at the capital improvements, looking at what are the costs, what are the reserves, what are the cash flows, what are the constraints. It became very obvious that there is a lot of synergies on different sides of the balance sheet and the cash flow of the city that can be put together to generate the best level of savings in terms of the pension costs that can be realized. So 3 plans or 3 scenarios were developed based off of that. And to simply describe what the scenarios are, the first scenario, scenario A, assumes that the street costs that are pretty substantial for the city, the street costs that will be incurred in the 2022 fiscal year, instead of paying cash for those costs, the city actually gets financing at very low tax-exempt interest rates. And the freed up cash and the reserves and the revenues that the city would have used to fund the street projects would be used to pay down the unfunded liability, which, if you may remember, you're paying interest on currently at 7%. And then once that is done, issue taxable long-term financing to pay off the remainder of the unfunded liability. So basically, the entire unfunded liability gets taken care of. Part of it is funded by the cash that was freed up through the street financing, and part of it is directly refunded at slightly higher interest rates because there has to be a taxable refunding. So that's the first strategy. Then the second strategy, the second scenario is trying to avoid double borrowing for the streets and for the unfunded liability. We asked ourselves, well, what can be done if we finance the street projects for the next 3 years and use the cash over the next 3 years to pay off the unfunded liability without having to borrow to refund the unfunded liability? So basically, we assumed borrowing much more money up front for the street projects at tax-exempt interest rates, and then paying off the UL over the next 3 years. So that's the second scenario. And the third scenario is sort of a combination of the first two. We still borrow money for the financing for the next 3 years of street projects, but then instead of waiting 3 years to pay down the UAL, because it's still, the CalPERS is still charging you 7% interest rate, we would issue very short-term borrowing, something for 3 to 4 years, which can be done very affordably, pay off the UAL, and then use the savings from the street financing of the projects to pay off the short-term borrowing. So those are the 3 scenarios that were considered. And we will go a little bit into each of the scenarios individually and look at the savings and how the cash flows work. We also did sensitivity analysis to see what happens if there is variation from the assumptions in the models. And we'll talk about that as well. And just as we completed all the research and analysis, CalPERS announced after or right at the deadline of submitting all the materials into the package that they had an absolute killer year for 2021. They earned over 21% return, which is really phenomenal news for every agency that's a member of CalPERS. It's the second highest level of return realized by CalPERS over the last 3 decades. So it's really a big deal. But what immediately happened is CalPERS said this really strong return automatically triggers a reduction in our discount rate, which would mean that everybody has to come up with more cash in the future because we will not be able to earn as much money as we thought we would. So some of this great news that was generated through CalPERS earning that much money is being taken away because now everybody has to put in more money to close the gap in the funding. And in communication with the CalPERS actuaries since then, it became very clear that the reduction of the discount rate from 7 to 6.8% is not final. In fact, the actuaries are very, very confident that when comes November, CalPERS will announce that they're reducing the discount rate even further because they're in the middle of an experience study that will be wrapped up by the end of the year. So even though there was great return for the 2021 fiscal year, right now it's looking that most of that benefit will be taken away. So because that all happened right as we were submitting our analysis into the packet, and CalPERS to this day still has not provided much guidance in terms of how things will play out over the next several months, this analysis still assumes the 7% discount rate from CalPERS. Okay, we will, as we move forward, as more information becomes available from CalPERS, we will definitely incorporate the 6.8% discount rate into the analysis. But right now, based on everything we've seen, it shouldn't affect the numbers a whole lot because the shortfall or the negative impact of the reduction of the discount rate is being covered and slightly more than covered by the great returns that CalPERS has been able to generate in 2021 fiscal year. So that's the overview. And with that, we're going to go into the scenarios. But before we do that, does anyone have any questions? All right. Okay, then let's go into the first scenario. Next slide, please. So as I said, scenario A, we're combining long-term street financing with long-term UAL refunding. And the idea is we issue tax-exempt debt for the 2022 street improvement projects, which add up to about $4.7 million, okay? And then the freed up general fund reserves and revenues that were going to be used to pay for the street projects will be used to pay down the UAL. And, you know, about the same amount, 4.6 million. And we will also take the remaining balance of the UAL, which is about $6 million, and we'll refund it with taxable pension obligation bonds or some similar type of financing. So that's the idea. Next slide, please. So this summarizes the results of that analysis. There's a lot of numbers. There is a very ugly graph on the left, but basically what it means is the blue bars on the graph, those are your current CalPERS UAL payments. And a couple of months ago, when we looked at when we were in the study session, you saw that graph a lot without the orange bars on top of it. So that's the same graph. The orange bars, they're added on top of the UAL payments. Those are the city's street project costs for the next 4 years. Because now we're incorporating the street improvements with the pensions, and we're looking at the entire picture, looking for ways to optimize how this can be financed and paid for. So we ran 3 scenarios similar to what was done before. 15-year refunding, 20-year refunding, and 25-year refunding. So under each scenario, both the long-term street financing and the long-term UAL refunding is done for the identical term, 15, 20, or 25 years. The red line is the 15-year payments. The green line is the 20-year payments, and the blue line is the 25-year payments. So we also assume that 100% of the unfunded liability is eliminated through this refunding. And if you look at the cash flow savings column, you will see what the analysis results are coming up with right now. So with a 15-year strategy, the city is saving about $4.25 million for comparing to what your payments would be to CalPERS if you did nothing over the next 25 years. Okay, with a 20-year strategy, the savings are somewhat lower at $2.7 million, and with the 25-year strategy, the savings are about $1 million. And these savings are shown after covering the cost of issuance, all the transaction costs that the city would incur to issue the financing, and those would be covered by the proceeds of the debt. And also, I need to mention that we used very conservative estimates for the interest rates. Those are shown on the screen. And currently, what we're seeing in the pension obligation refunding market, the rates are coming in even sometimes below 3%. So this is a very, very conservative analysis. And the city is very likely to do better than what's shown on the screen, but we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So this is very, very conservative analysis. The interest rates will be driven by the market. It will not be something that is a closed process. It will be a very open bidding process. And we will do our best to obtain the best financing costs for the city. Next slide, please. And then the graph here is exactly the same, but the table shows how the savings are allocated over different time periods. If you look at the cash flow savings section of the table, you will see 3 graphs, years 1 through 10, then years 11 through 15, and years 16 through 25. So with a 15-year strategy that generates $4.25 million, excuse me, in savings, you will see that more than half of those savings are incurred at the back end of the strategy, okay, in the years 16 through 25. And in the first 15 years, the savings are adding up to only about $1.5 million. With a 20-year strategy, the savings are more heavily weighted towards the front in the first 15 years. And then on the back end, the city gives up about $1 million in savings because at that point, the payments under the 20-year strategy would be higher than the CalPERS payments would have been. And finally, under the 25-year strategy, the city is saving a whole lot of money up front and then giving up most of it in years 16 through 25. So you're giving up in exchange for getting the larger savings, you have to wait longer for the bulk of those savings. But then if the goal is to generate as much savings early on, and it's not such a big of a concern of giving up some of those savings, then the strategies, the scenarios 2 and 3, that's where those come in. Next slide, please. So to make the graph simpler and easier to follow, because in this particular scenario, in this strategy, the cash flows to finance the cost of the street improvements and pay off the unfunded liabilities is a complete wash. They can be disregarded, and we can simplify the graph to illustrate what we're talking about in this way. So the blue vertical bars are the payments to CalPERS, the unfunded liability payments over the next 25 years. And the green, the red, green, and blue lines are the 15, 20, and 25-year refunding options. So that's what the payments would look like. So it's much easier to see this way than on the prior graph, but we kind of wanted to make sure that the prior graph reflects the street projects and the entirety of the cash flows. But if you really zero in on what's going on, that's what it looks like. And I do need to clarify that this is just the first reiteration of this particular approach. As we move forward to the next steps, we will look at different scenarios where the debt service is not level. Some of it can be ramping up, some of it can be going down. We will consider other options, whether it makes sense to refund the 100% of the unfunded liability or not. And a lot of other things will be added to the analysis. This is sort of the first step, just to keep things simpler and really zero in on a strategy that works best. Any questions on scenario A before we go to the next one?
Yes, it looks like Councilmember Harvey has a question.
So my understanding with scenario A is it only includes the street financing for the year 2022, not the full 4 years of street financing projects.
That is correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Sparks?
And I think we covered this in an email, but I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that those numbers, especially the really high-looking $4 million number, is not taking into account inflation. So since we're getting so much savings at the back end, like later in the future, if we are accounting for inflation, that's sort of closer to $2 to $2.5 million of 2022 dollars saved. Is that about right?
What level of inflation are you calculating that with?
I believe the percentage that was used for the sensitivity testing was, am I remembering right, Dimitri, 3.7%?
3.84.
3.84, sorry, 3.84%.
Right, and we will touch on that when we go into the sensitivity analysis. So normally as you start making decisions about financing, you do want to do what they call the net present value analysis, which is discounting future cash flows and future savings into today's dollars. That's exactly what you're suggesting. So the reason why we haven't gotten that far and that deep yet is because we first wanted to make sure that everybody understands the magnitude of the numbers, because it's so easy to forget when you discount things to today's dollars that the actual dollar amounts that we're dealing with, they're very real dollar amounts. So when you discount things into today's dollars, future dollar amounts will seem smaller, but the city still has payments that will be happening 10, 15 years down the road. And one of the questions that you definitely want to ask yourselves is there room in the budget for those costs? So this early on in the process, it's very helpful to look at the actual numbers and the real numbers and keep in mind the budgetary picture and the overall cash flows. And then as we move forward and we figure out, kind of zero in the strategies that we want to look into, definitely we will be looking at the discounted cash flow analysis, incorporating inflation calculations and all those things. So it was not done to overestimate the savings. It was done to make sure that everybody's on the same page in terms of how much money we're actually talking about in annual outgo.
That totally makes sense. Thank you for that. I also, want to also be conservative and say,
Right.
I don't want everyone to expect we're going to save $4.5 million 2022 dollars.
For sure. That's why we call them cash flow savings. We don't call them present value savings. All right. Next slide, please. All right, so now scenario B. Scenario B is different from scenario A because here what we're looking at to take advantage of financing capital improvement projects at tax-exempt interest rates and using the freed up cash to pay off the entirety of the UAL over the next several years. So the idea here is, what if we borrow money that's necessary for the street improvement projects for the next 3 years, which would be sufficient to fully pay off the UAL, okay, with cash. So we assume tax-exempt financing for the next 3 years, not 4 years, but only 3 years of street improvement projects. It adds up to about $10.6 million. And we use the freed up general fund reserves and revenues to pay off the UAL over the next 3 to 4 years, depending on kind of how things play out. So next slide, please. So the graph is very similar. The table is very similar. And what's important to remember here is CalPERS is charging you 7% in interest rate now. We assumed the street improvement projects at much lower interest rate, but there's still 3 to 4 years, depending on the scenario, when you have the unfunded liability balances outstanding that are incurring 7% interest cost. So that's the difference, the key difference in this versus the prior and the next scenarios is using very low interest rates to borrow for the street projects, but then still paying the high 7% interest rate on the unfunded liability until it's paid off. So with the 15-year scenario, where we borrow money for 15 years for the street projects, the savings are about $3.5 million versus 4.25 under the previous strategy. 20-year, 2.4 versus, I believe, 2.7. And then 25 years is 1.1 million versus $960,000. So this strategy underperforms, the scenario A in both the 15 and 20-year scenarios. So it does slightly better in the 25-year scenario, but in the first two scenarios, it does significantly less effectively. So the next slide, please. So here's the same thing. Actually, under the 15-year scenario, the first 10 years, you're essentially break even. You pay slightly more in cash than you're saving in unfunded liability payments. And then you have to wait until years 11 through 25 to get the savings. And then the reverse is true on the 20 and 25-year scenarios, very similar to the prior approach. Next slide, please. So scenario C is a combination of the prior two scenarios. So we're still borrowing for street improvement projects for the next 3 years, 10.4 million roughly. And the differences between 10.4, 10.6 has to do with how things are financed, what are the costs of issuance, all those things are taken into consideration. So that's why there's small differences between the borrowing amounts, because all the costs of this financing would be rolled into the principal amount of the borrowing. So we still borrow for the next for street improvement projects for the next 3 years. Then we also borrow to pay off the unfunded liability on day one. And we issue very short-term debt at much lower interest rates. And then we use the general fund reserves and revenues to pay off the UAL financing over the next 3 to 4 years. So how this is different from the prior scenario is, in the prior scenario, we have unfunded liability outstanding, and then we make payments over the next 3 to 4 years. Where here, we pay off the unfunded liability on day one, because that allows us to borrow at much lower interest rates for the next 3 to 4 years and eliminate the unfunded liability over the same time period. So that's the difference between this and the prior scenario. Next slide, please. So here you see that the cash flow savings are significantly better than scenario B and somewhat better than scenario A. So under the 15-year strategy, we're projecting savings of about $4.6 million versus 4.25. Under the 20-year strategy, 3.5 million versus 2.7. And then under 25-year strategy, slightly over $2 million versus slightly under $1 million for the for scenario A. So that's the differential. So in terms of absolute savings, this is the more attractive strategy. And next slide, please. And this illustrates how, again, the savings are distributed over the different time periods. And you see something that's very familiar. You still have to wait longer to get most of the savings, but you do get better results under this strategy. So that's the overview. This was a lot of graphs, a lot of numbers. If we can go to the next slide, it summarizes everything we've just seen. So this right here is the snapshot of just the savings under each strategy, under each scenario. So the red column is the 15-year financing. The green column is the 20-year financing. And the blue column is the 25-year financing. And then each line is scenario A, B, or C. So as you look at it, you see that scenario B really underperforms both scenarios A and C, except for slight overperformance under the 25-year scenario. So going forward in the next several slides, we will disregard scenario B because it doesn't seem that it makes a whole lot of sense comparing to the other two scenarios. Okay, and then let's go to the next slide. So here we're comparing now just scenarios A and scenario C. The 15-year option, scenario C generates about 400,000 more in savings. Under the 20-year option, it generates about 750,000 more in savings. And under scenario option 3, it's 1.1 million more. So it's significantly more attractive than scenario A. However, one of the things that are built into scenario C is utilizing and really optimizing and making everything so efficient that we eliminate the unfunded liability as soon as we can. Where in scenario A, the cash flow savings start building up very, very fast. So you start realizing savings as early as in the first or second year. Where with scenario C, you have to wait until year 4 or 5 to wait for the first budgetary savings to start showing up. So if we actually start sweeping all the savings under scenario A and start applying them towards paying off the debt as quick as possible, we can actually, with scenario A, achieve very similar cash flow savings as scenario C. However, what that would mean is there will be no annual savings, interim annual savings, until 2031. So it is possible to replicate scenario C results with scenario A strategy, but you will have to wait until 2031, almost 10 years, to see the first savings in the budget. So that's a lot of it has to do with timing and how the cash flows are built and the assumptions that were used. So even though scenario C generates much better financial results, it's also important to remember that it does have some drawbacks. It does require you to borrow more money. It seems counterintuitive, but because of the ability to borrow at the lower taxes and interest rates, that's where that's what drives the savings. But you're borrowing almost double the amount, 10.7 million under scenario A versus 20.8 million for scenario C. Now, a big chunk of that is repaid over the next 3 to 4 years, but it's still a very large borrowing amount to execute the strategy. And one of the things, as we were talking with staff about the scenario C, is one of the concerns that that was there is we're just assuming that the street projects are happening on schedule, all the funding is available in general fund, and we're sweeping everything. So it assumes flawless execution. Scenario A allows the city much more margin and much more flexibility in terms of, if there is swing in the project costs, if there's a delay in the project. Scenario A allows much more for those unexpected situations to arise without stressing the city's cash flows. So even though scenario C performs better under perfect circumstances, scenario A provides much more margin for error and execution flexibility. Any questions so far before we jump into the results of the sensitivity analysis?
Councilmember Ford?
Just a quick one. So that process you described of using scenario A and then using the initial years of cash flow savings to pay down as quickly as possible the long-term financing, thus replicating scenario C's savings and cash flow, basically. So I assume some kind of, that would be a scenario D that you develop in more details if we were interested in going with that.
We can certainly look into that. Yeah, we can certainly look into that. We will also run several other ideas that we've started developing. For example, because the tax exempt financing is done at a lower interest rate than taxable financing, what we can structure is in the first, front load the debt service on the taxable financing in the first several years, and then switch the tax exempt financing towards the later, and to squeeze out more savings out of this. So there will be more thinking, kind of more analysis done. Right now, we just try to keep, apples to apples across all three scenarios, and see under similar circumstances if we will, if one scenario emerges as something that's more preferable than the other.
And Dimitri, if I can jump in, sorry, real quick, that also plays into the policy discussion as far as what the cash savings on these plans should be used for. So that's also addressed in the policy where it could be further fleshed out how these savings should be spent, in what order, and payments of what types of debt, and the layering of that component as well.
Right. Right. One additional question on, like, one reason scenario C looks so good is because you use 2% for the short-term borrowing rate for the pension borrowing versus 4.5% for the long-term borrowing. Are those realistic differentials, like 2.5% differentials between?
Right. The borrowing now for short-term can be done at very, very low interest rates. I mean, we're talking about definitely sub twos. So it's there is room for error or room for improvement on both sides. So it's not that we're showing something that's very low on one end and very high on the other end. It's both have plenty of margin baked into them.
Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. Earlier, you said that you're seeing interest rates for pension obligation, taxable pension obligation bonds under 3%. Did I hear that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Wow. So are the tax exempt street improvement bonds also lower than the things that you're listing, or are they sort of stacked?
Yes.
About what range are you seeing those in?
Those are in the low twos right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's it for now, Dimitri.
Okay. All right. With that, let's jump to the next slide, please. So this is the results of the sensitivity analysis, and we've modeled several things. And the thing to remember about the sensitivity analysis is these are just some of the things that can go wrong. Risk means more things can happen that will happen. And just because we ran some scenarios doesn't mean that things will play out or could play out this way and not another way. They will completely change the outcome. So the risk is always present, and it's impossible to fully analyze and fully project all the different scenarios that can occur. But we did attempt to stress test and see how much room for error this strategy has. Okay. So right here on the slide, there's 3 graphs, and there's way more detail in the technical memorandum. This is kind of just a snapshot of the summary, but there's more underlying analysis in the memorandum. So the blue line is the UAL cost without the refunding. So assume you do nothing, just let it be, and no refunding. You pay cash for the streets. You don't issue any debt. What would that look like? That's the blue line under all 3 graphs. The orange line is what happens with the refunding. Okay, if we do borrow money, we do pay off the UAL, and what would happen under those scenarios, right? And we looked at, here we've illustrated 3 things. The first graph on the left, that is what we call the base scenario. And that assumes that CalPERS is doing just as what they assumed they would be doing over the next 25 years. Every year they hit their average rate of return of 7%. And so this is basically, well, exactly, this is scenario A, option 2. This is the 20-year refunding. Okay, we use that as the analysis because it's kind of right in the middle of the road. For across all 3 strategies that we looked at, that is the one that's just sort of right smack in the middle. So we use that as the baseline for the analysis. And that's where we use actually the discounting to today's dollars. And that's when that becomes very, very useful, because what it allows you to do is look at what are the savings in today's dollars. And we use 3.84% interest rate, which is the weighted average cost of interest for the taxable and the tax exempt financing that we assumed in the calculations. So that discount rate is, the discount rate choice is based on the Government Finance Officers Association guidance on how these things should be analyzed. You take the average borrowing cost and you discount things to today's dollars using that. So under that scenario, the present value of savings is about $2.25 million. So to remind you, $2.7 million was the absolute value, and the discounted value is about $2.25 million. Okay, and this does assume the full monthly payment to CalPERS, not the prepayment that the city normally does. So there is another $600,000 in savings you can realize over the next 20 years, 25 years, if you prepay every year, and CalPERS allows you to do that, because it's not something that's guaranteed. It's something that they currently allow and encourage people to do, but it's not a right that is irrevocable. So the present value savings is $2.25 million, which is 22% of your UAL. And basically in the world of finance, the guidance issued by the GFOA is if your savings are more than 3%, then the refunding makes sense. So in this case, the savings are 22%. So it definitely makes sense from the standpoint of the guidance of the Government Finance Officers Association. So this is the base case scenario. This is nothing bad happens. You don't get any more unfunded liabilities. CalPERS is making all their numbers, life as well. So then we looked at the chronicle underperformance. And we looked at what happens if CalPERS starts earning 5.5% on average over the next 20 years. And the reason why it's important is, and why we picked 5.5%, is because up until this year's results, that was their average rate of return over the prior 2 decades. So we said that what happens over the next 2 decades if the same thing happens that happened in the last 2 decades. So, and the present value savings, the discounting back to today's dollars, still generates positive present value, 1.14 million, or 11% of the UAL. So with the chronic underperformance, you're still doing okay. Not as good as if CalPERS was earning 7%, but you're still doing okay. And for a pretty long period of time, through 2036, your payments would still be lower than they would have been under the CalPERS if you did nothing, right? And then they go slightly higher, and then they drop down. And then another scenario that we ran was, what if we were in 2007? And right sort of at the peak of the market before the Great Recession, you went and did this refunding, and you borrowed all this money, and you paid off CalPERS. And then right when you gave CalPERS all that money, there was a Great Recession, and CalPERS had 2 horrible years. And then the recovery happened the way it happened since 2009. Okay, so this replicates the actual returns that CalPERS was able to generate from 2008 through 2021 third quarter. That was the information available at that point in time. So, and your present value savings are negative $9,000. Remember, this is on a $10 million refunding project. So you're essentially break even. So even if that strategy was executed, and then right after it was executed, we had the repeat of the Great Recession, and kind of the similar scenario continued, as has continued even with the last several years of very decent returns. You would still be okay. On the present value basis, you would be break even. So things to take away from this analysis is, if there is chronic underperformance, or if there's a sharp drop similar to the Great Recession, your UAL total cost will increase significantly, both with and without the refunding. Okay, so if things happen, bad things happen, your total costs will go up. And actually, without the refunding, they will go up more in the first several years than with the refunding. Okay. But also, the shortfalls are larger. The shortfalls in your unfunded liability balance are larger after the refunding, because what happens is once you refund and pay down the UAL, that money goes into your investment portfolio, and the investment portfolio becomes larger and subject to more market volatility. So you will see, and in the technical memorandum, there is, there are graphs that showing your market value of assets, the value of your portfolio. It becomes more volatile. The swings become larger after the refunding than before. Okay, and once again, I need to highlight that this sensitivity analysis is highly dependent on specific assumptions that we used. We try to be pretty grim in how we approach things. And it does represent a very limited set of outcomes, but keep that in mind. So just because under these scenarios, nothing tragic happened, you kind of ended up more or less in the same boat, slightly maybe better than if you didn't do the refunding. Circumstances can happen that can change.
Dimitri, we do have a question from Councilmember Sparks.
Okay.
Thank you. So just to stop me if I'm misunderstanding anything, even though we talk about CalPERS charging us 7% interest, what we're really doing when we refund is we're investing our money into CalPERS, and we're hoping that the interest rate that CalPERS earns is greater than the interest rate that we're paying on our refinance, correct?
So, yes.
Yes.
Well,
because in these, I see Angela shaking her head, but in these scenarios where we're stress testing, what's happening is CalPERS is really underperforming the interest rate that we are paying on our new loans, and so we're ending up worse off by $9,000 or some small amount than if we hadn't refunded.
Right. So what happens is, and Angela, if you want to jump in afterwards, by all means do.
I was just going to say that she's both correct and incorrect in that it's both an investment as well as a debt. So I know, Dimitri, you can go on that a little bit more. So.
Yep. Okay. So basically, the way things work is right now on unfunded liability, the theory for all this is if you didn't have unfunded liability, if CalPERS had that money, they would have invested it in the markets. And according to their assumptions, they could be earning 7% off of that. Okay. But since they don't have the money, you're the ones that have to pay that 7%.
Right.
Okay. So that's the theory behind the interest rate that CalPERS is charging you. So when you go out and you borrow at a lower interest rate, so you get a cash flow relief because you don't have to pay the 7% interest on unfunded liability, you're paying a lower interest rate. And then you give that money to CalPERS, and hopefully CalPERS earns anything on that amount, ideally more than what you're paying. But even if they start earning something less than that, it still helps you because that's something you don't have to pay cash for.
Okay.
And what also happens is when CalPERS underperforms, really your UL is about a quarter to a third of your overall pension picture. You also have 2/3 that you actually have assets for, right? So when CalPERS underperforms, they don't just hit you on the unfunded liability side, they also hit you on your asset side. They're saying, well, so let's say your unfunded liability is $10 million, your market value of assets is $20 million. We were supposed to earn 7% on $20 million. Guess what? We didn't. Let's say we earned 5. So you now have to come up with that 2% we should have earned, but that we didn't. So that's big, and that's why you see the, for example, in the middle graph is the unfunded liability payments, the blue line, it doesn't drop like it drops on the left. It just goes up and then kind of stays level, more or less, is because it's assuming this underperformance. Okay, it's not just influencing the unfunded liability; it's also hitting you with underperformance on your portfolio.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's the idea there. And the thing to remember is, once you refund, you give them more money, their portfolio becomes larger. So your swings become larger. In the good years, you earn way more. In the bad years, you get hit with more than you would have otherwise. So
Right.
that's the idea.
I had one more question. We've been discounting scenario 2. But I wondered, since scenario 2 relies only on the tax exempt bonds, which are going to have a lower interest rate.
No, it's both. It's scenario A, option 2.
I'm sorry, I mean scenario B. I'm sorry, I got my I'm talking about scenario B. Doesn't
Okay.
scenario B only use tax exempt?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so for scenario B, since the interest rate would be lower, would that perform better on these sensitivity tests? Would that be lower risk for us?
That is a good question. I don't know if I can answer it off the top of my head. The sensitivity analysis is a very involved calculation in this case, because at that point we actually have to recreate all those different layers within CalPERS and see how they behave. We can definitely look into that. My suspicion, though, is let me think about that. So your swings will become very similar. You may do slightly better, but I think you also have a pretty significant differential in overall savings. So I think we didn't really think much about scenario B because we felt it's pretty inferior comparing to scenarios A and C. So I probably should have thought more about it, but I think the overall level of savings under those scenarios make it less attractive in general. And in the stress test, probably you would not see much benefit because you're starting off with a much smaller absolute savings amount. That would be my suspicion.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing too to keep in mind with scenario B, that was one of the issues for us when we were looking at it at a staff level, at least, was that to get the kind of savings that are shown in the report, you have to hit those repayment timelines. So you have to pay it down in the first 3.5 years. And if something comes up, you have another expense, you can't make that payment, then you're stretching the time of the repayment out, and then you quickly start eroding any savings if you can't pay it as quick as was assumed.
And as I think of that also is that would be the drawback of both scenarios, B and C, because they do assume so-called cash flow neutrality for the first 4 years, where we're sweeping all the cash flow savings to eliminate the UL as fast as we can. So if there is a serious shock to the system, similar to a Great Recession scenario, that can put some pretty significant pressure on the city budget. And that's executing those two strategies would be even more difficult. So something to keep in mind. Again, scenarios B and C, in my mind, and especially scenario C, it does look great on paper. It requires like flawless execution. So there is very little room for margin. Personally, I don't like it, but if everything works out, you're going to look like a king. But if there is a Great Recession, God forbid, then you would have to figure out where to come up with the cash.
Dimitri, Councilmember Ford has a question, I believe.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clear on your thinking that there's bigger sort of bigger fluctuations in our risk or in what our portfolio looks like if we're closer to fully funded. And that doesn't seem right to me. Like if our fully funded balance was 30 million and we're currently 20 million funded, if the system underperforms by 2%, then we have to come up with 2% of 30 million, whether we're fully funded or not. I mean, that 2% of 30 million gets added to our unfunded balance.
2% of 20 million gets added to your unfunded liability, because the unfunded liability that you have is you have taken the place of the market in providing the necessary funds to CalPERS. So the unfunded liability is essentially CalPERS shifts the responsibility for funding the pensions from the investment portfolio to your balance sheet and to your income statement. So that's the unfunded liability. The unfunded liability is the more unfunded liability is outstanding, the less CalPERS has to worry about earning money off of the money that they do have, because essentially, regardless of what's happening in the market, you have to provide the return. So
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's essentially a wash then, though, because the 5% to 7% difference we're paying in interest rather than having added to our UAL.
Right. Yeah.
On that 10 million.
Right. So that underperformance on the unfunded liability on the $10 million doesn't get added to you because you already have to pay it in the 7% interest rate.
Right. I get it.
Thank you, Dimitri. I think that's it for questions at the moment.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right. So one more layer to the sensitivity analysis. We asked what happens if, how much room do we have in the savings to absorb just a very dramatic drop in the market? And after that, no market recovery other than the normal market performance. So how much shock, one-time shock, can we absorb without this strategy not being worse off than doing nothing? And we to do that, we solved for zero present value savings. And again, the thinking here is there's a one-time drop in the market, and after that, CalPERS earns what they're targeted, 7% per year. So, and actually, this refunding allows you to absorb essentially a 15% drop right after you do the refunding and fully fund your unfunded liability, before you're worse off on a present value basis comparing to doing nothing. So it's a pretty robust scenario. You can take a pretty serious hit and still come out, at least break even over the long term. Okay. So again, 15% drop, that's what just one time. It's not a multi-year analysis, it's a one-year analysis, and then assuming everything is working okay. So there's quite a bit of room for that. Let's go to the next slide, please. So again, interpreting the results of the sensitivity analysis. So under consistent underperformance, the city is still likely to benefit, see positive net present value savings. And what's even interesting and what was not done with the sensitivity analysis, but what you can do and probably should do is because you're still generating savings, cash flow savings, if you use those savings or a portion of their savings to mitigate the negative impacts of the higher unfunded liability from CalPERS' underperformance, you would come out even better. So if CalPERS averages 5.5%, or does 5.5% per year, so every year your unfunded liabilities will be going up. But you use some of the cash flow savings to pay off those unfunded liabilities. And even without that, you would still end up better. But if you use the cash flow savings to mitigate the new UL increases, you will be even better off. So that's the big outtake of consistent investment underperformance is you should be okay. And if you start using the savings to mitigate the new UL increases, you will be more than okay. The 2008 recession and kind of the repeat of the last decade since then, Citi, under that scenario, Citi is unlikely to suffer any material adverse long-term financial consequences. So you're pretty darn close to zero net present value of cash flow savings. Okay, so you would still be reasonably okay. And then if there is a a serious market drop and just one year drop of about 15%, and then CalPERS does okay after that, you're good. You haven't suffered any material long-term financial consequences comparing to do nothing. So there is quite a bit of room for error. Again, because there's such a big difference between the 7% that you have to pay to CalPERS and the market, conservatively assumed market interest rates. And assuming that we can do even better, there is even much more room for error. However, actual results may vary. Other circumstances may happen. They talk, there's a joke about a 6-foot man who got, who drowned in a 5.5 foot deep pool on average. Volatility, if it's introduced in the calculations in any given year, may impact how some of these things play out. But as long as things are kind of the way they've been happening in the last decade or even 2 decades, the refunding seems to make sense. Okay, any questions about this so far? Okay, well, next slide, please. So as far as the next steps, so ideally, it would be great to see some guidance on the preferred scenario. To continue to the next steps, you would need to have the financing team in place, municipal advisor, broker-dealer, placement agent, and bond counsel to actually start putting the financing documents together and start preparing going to the market to obtain market bids for the financing. Right along with that, developed and adopt pension liability management policy. And the document that you have in your packets and that will be discussed and developed over the next several weeks with your input takes into consideration a lot of the ideas that we introduced in the study session. So we're looking at utilizing savings. We're looking at additional contributions. We're looking at using the savings to build up reserves. We're looking at eliminating negative amortization. So all those things are included in the pension liability management policy. And at that point, we would need to figure out what are the right variables for Qatari. Because it starts with a template, and then from there we start figuring out, okay, in your case, what are the best targets? What are the best thresholds? What are the best steps? And then even once you do all this and you refund the unfunded liability, you start generating savings, it is very important that you continue staying on top of the annual valuation reports that come from CalPERS, because most likely there will be more increases to your unfunded liabilities. There is no one-time fix. As long as you have employees, retirees, and beneficiaries that are entitled to pension benefits, you have to manage your unfunded liability. So that's the presentation. With that, we can open up for questions.
So Dimitri, thank you so much for that. I know it's a lot to go over, and I just really want to go through the policy just a little bit briefly. I just kind of transitioned right into that. So we, as staff, as well as Dimitri, worked with Cameron Weiss of the Weiss Law Firm to develop this template for the policy for this unfunded liability management. And so there are specific comments, and we did want to put this out to council for your feedback. And again, like Dimitri said, there are specific items within there that are really key for this policy. And again, those things are kind of like setting those goals for the target range of the funded status. That's something we're still flushing out with what other communities in our area are targeting, what other jurisdictions are doing, as well as what the market is looking at. Again, when CalPERS overperforms one year and completely throws a change in everything, what is that right range of a funded percentage that we want to target and have a goal for our operations going forward? Setting those thresholds for possible future refunding of debt. So again, if there's a savings, how are we going to refund debt? Is it always going to be UAL that takes the priority, or are we going to analyze all the debt that the city might have at that point in time and paying off any of those savings towards other debts, or should it just be focused on UAL? As well as, again, like Dimitri said, the annual review and reporting of those CalPERS actuarial reports is going to be a pivotal part of this policy, making sure we bring back to council that it's completely integrated with our budgeting process. And those are the key parts of the policy we want to make sure come back, and that these two items really kind of go hand in hand. And so again, Cameron's here with us if we have additional questions or comments or concerns about the policy that's presented, I believe in packet page 452 or 450 is where it starts. So we're willing and ready to take any questions, comments, concerns, as well as receive direction on a funding a scenario, as well as options for timing.
Are there currently any further questions from the council for Dimitri or Angela? Councilmember Ford?
Just a quick one about the I understand we certainly have to continue to pay attention to and manage any unfunded liability, but the assumption that there will always be more, is that because it's basically CalPERS policy to be optimistic in their returns estimates, or do they try to be realistic in those?
So far, everything we've seen, the history shows that CalPERS has been consistently overly optimistic. So that's, we've seen nothing to disabuse us of that option or of that opinion. What's interesting to see over the next several months and actually several years is the CalPERS's effort to bring down the discount rate, and to try to explain. It's a pretty not the easiest concept to grasp unless you're just sitting there and like staring at the wall and trying to work through it. But basically, this discount rate concept is how much money will CalPERS be able to earn in the future. And the big problem that everybody's dealing with is they use that assumption to tell you how much money you need to make, how much contributions you need to make in the normal cost. Okay. And the higher the discount rate, the less money everybody needs to be putting in on an ongoing basis. So CalPERS's drive to reduce the discount rate as at every opportunity, and which I think they're really going to take advantage of this year, is in the long term, the outcomes of that will be your normal costs will be slightly higher or somewhat higher. They will hand out to you big increases to unfunded liabilities. They will use the great years like this year that we just had to offset as much of that as possible, but everybody will have to suffer for the next couple of decades. But let's say CalPERS at some point gets their discount rate to maybe 6%. And after a couple of decades of pain, they will finally get their formulas to a realistic number where your contributions are large enough and painful enough to actually avoid new unfunded liabilities. So I think it's a journey that it's not an easy journey, and it's not a good sounding journey. But probably over the next couple of decades, if I understand how things will develop, and I can be totally wrong, but if I understand where CalPERS is trying to take this, your normal costs will be higher, and eventually after 2, 3, 4 decades, you won't have to worry about unfunded liabilities. Because their formulas will finally catch up to reality. You know, most of us probably will not be in the seats that we're in right now to enjoy the benefit of not having to worry about unfunded liabilities.
And that's assuming reality doesn't keep changing.
Right.
I was muted. So it doesn't look like we have any further questions from the council at this point. Are you any further presentation or information on at this point?
No, there's no further or additional information at this point, and we can open it up to public comment and then bring it back for council direction.
Got it. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly check and see if anybody wants to comment on this from the public.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raised hand icon. And that will end public comment.
Thank you. So now I'll bring it back to the council for direction. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I agree with the staff. I think I would tentatively like us to look towards option scenario A, option 1, the 15-year term. I would like to still see a sensitivity test for option B if it's not too much trouble, just because I want to know if that could potentially be a lower risk option for the city. But I agree with what's been said, that I think the overall savings of option A is going to overwhelm that probably, but I'd just like to see it to know for sure.
Is the desire to see the option B based on the difference between the tax exempt and the non-tax exempt?
Yeah, it's based on the lower interest rate and the tax exempt possibly performing better under worst case scenario situations, like possibly being lower risk because of the lower interest rate. And I just would like to see what that looks like. And then
I apologize. Wanted to clarify in terms of, do you have a preferred term, 15, 20, or 25?
15, please.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think we're, based on the conversation we had back in May, it seemed like everyone on the council was pretty in favor of resolving this as quickly as possible and not pushing payments on to future council members 20, 30 years from now. And then one other comment was just, I am really interested in seeing options on not fully refunding. And Angela, I appreciated your comments that we're trying to narrow in on the right level there. I thank you, Dimitri, for explaining in an email to me that if we did become overfunded, we wouldn't be able to apply any of that overfunding to our normal contributions. So we'd sort of lose access to that benefit in the short term. So I wouldn't really, I don't think, based on what I know now, that I would want us to refund at 100%, just to leave a little bit of wiggle room in case CalPERS overperforms.
And to clarify on that is, currently your overfunding can only be, or would only be utilized by CalPERS to offset your future UL increases. They don't apply it against your normal costs. But the big reason for that is because there's just no precedent in any agency being so overfunded that they have the luxury of talking to CalPERS about reducing their normal costs.
Well, so, we are trendsetters.
I'm sorry, yeah, you can be a trendsetter. From that standpoint, it's just the current practice. There is nothing to say that if you all of a sudden became 150% overfunded, you couldn't have a conversation with CalPERS saying, hey, listen, that's you have a lot of money here. They may accommodate something like that. We don't know that just because that hasn't happened.
And then Dimitri, if I can just chime in briefly, that 10 million also is the unfunded liability as of 2019, and PERS did actually have less than their 7%. in 2020. We know that. And so we are due to receive those reports in the next couple months to actually know what our UAL was last year. So it's we're not gonna see that recouped for another year at least.
Right. We definitely wouldn't advocate for refunding anything more than the basis through the 2019. We would suggest doing something to eliminate the negative amortization in the 2020 basis, but also leave those bases outstanding to provide the cushion for future for the overperformance in 2021. So that would be the base scenario, and then we would start a discussion how much of the 2019 balances should be refunded. Is it 100%, 95%, 93%? Kind of how much room for the not to be overfunded do you want to have?
Councilmember Ford.
I agree with Councilmember Sparks. I'm happy with pursuing scenario A as our primary with a 15-year term for the very reason I don't want to, when we're in relatively healthy financial shape, I don't want to increase payments 20 years down the road when by that time much more unfunded liabilities may have accrued. So we might be dealing with those. So option A with a 15-year term and somewhat less than 100% makes a lot of sense to me. You talked about possibly refining some of the scenarios a bit so that rather than a flat step function in our payment schedule, that we could have a taper that sort of mirrors but slightly lower the planned UAL repayment currently. So that maybe so we do a 15-year flat payment and then 15 to 20 it tapers off. So that would reduce the 1 to 15 payments slightly. So that would bring a little more of the savings earlier without ever increasing later payments above what the UAL payments are.
So with the 15 you have less to worry about the back end because your CalPERS's payment structure is pretty level for the first 15 years, then it starts going down. So if you repay the whole thing in the first 15 years, then you just don't worry about anything that happens afterwards. It's done. With the 20.
No, I understand that. My point is, if we finance some of it over, with a tapering payment over 15 to 20 years, then we reduce the 1 to 15 payments slightly. So we bring a little more of the benefit into the early years. The problem with scenario A, the problem with a 15-year term is that most of the benefit is late after we stop making those payments. So I'm proposing that you explore, like you mentioned earlier, the possibility of tapering payments rather than simply level payments for 15 years. Because as you said, most of the savings is then in years 11, 12, 13. I'm sorry, 16, 17, 18.
On the jump in for a second, on the 15-year term, is there any openness to looking at like a little bit of looking at maybe 16 or 17 just to see in terms of total savings versus cash flows and the shape of the debt curve, like you're saying, Councilmember Ford, where the curve kind of remerges with the existing curve at the back end?
Yeah, essentially that's what I'm proposing, that you explore ways to shape the debt payments so that they don't exceed the current schedule of UAL payments. But that doesn't have to be a flat payment for 15 years and then drop to nothing. So it could be flat for 15 years at a slightly lower level and then tapering off payments. So I don't know what kind of financing options are out there.
Would it be possible to bring up slide 6 of the presentation?
Yeah, Ben, I'm a little confused on what the benefit of that would be.
Well, the benefit would be to bring some of the savings into years 1 to 10. whereas currently in the 15-year scenario, most of the savings are after we finish paying off the loan.
Right. So what we have here is, this is scenario A. The red line is the 15-year term. So 15 years is kind of right where your payments to CalPERS are at the highest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you refund your UAL over 15 years, by the time you're done with 15 years, you've shaved off the top of the curve and then eliminated the back end of the curve. There's just nothing that you can slope with a 15-year strategy. Does that make sense?
No. There's no, I mean, I don't know how loans can be structured, but certainly I could tell somebody how to structure payments so that, I don't know if they're commercially available, but so that you pay, instead of, I don't know, you currently show payments of around 920,000 or so a year for the first 15. You could take, and pay 820 for the, say 870 for the first 15 years. That would leave you with some amount still to be paid off after year 15. And that could be paid in decreasing payments over years 16 through 20. So you'd have slightly more savings in years 1 to 15 and less savings in years 16 to 20, which is currently where the bulk of the savings are.
So one of the ideas, and I know, there's been very loud and clear the preference for the 15-year term. One of the strategies that can be considered is sort of, you have take the 20-year term and modify it slightly. So the green line kind of stays where it's at, or slightly higher where it's at. Let's say push it up to 800,000 for the first 15 years. And then it will go down for the next 5 years and mirror the payments that are made to CalPERS.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay.
You can, yeah.
So that would be a 20-year refunding, but much heavier weighted towards the front than the level service. We can certainly do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that's what I was doing with the 15. And the point for me is to not increase obligations after 15 years, like both the green and blue lines do. So if there's a strategy that can, I mean, I'm okay with the 15-year level payments plan as is here, if everybody's comfortable with, leaving most of the benefit to after year 15. But if we want to move more of the benefit earlier, we could do what Dimitri just said and modify the green curve here so that you don't have that bump in the green curve that's above the blue bars. You keep it below the blue bars, and that would make sure that we're not increasing future obligations over what we're currently obligated to.
Councilmember Ford, I would say that it would be probably helpful in the next step because obviously we're looking at savings, right? We want to save overall, but we want to also not exceed our payments in any given year, right? But we're also considering cash flow in those years too. So if you take a 15-year scenario, you're breaking even or saving a little money in those first 15 years, but you're not giving yourself much cash flow savings. So I think it's a balance. From my perspective, it would be helpful to have the ability to kind of look at things between 15 and 22 and 15 and 20 years and come back with some of those. So maybe, the year 15 option is more looks like a flat plateau, but maybe it's a tilted plateau with that, as you're suggesting, Councilmember Ford, where it's kind of tilted down at the front and higher at the back, but doesn't exceed the current UAL curve, or a 20-year that follows the line and then kind of like shrinks down to the UAL bars after year, 2036, or something in between,
Right.
Yeah.
No further questions or comments at this point? Councilmember Sparks?
Just real quick, I think that that's a good idea, what Councilmember Ford has suggested, and I would think if that direction is specific enough to just say, hey, let's look at 15 to 20 years and see what we can do. I think that's a great direction to go.
With the basic direction of trying to not exceed our current obligation in any particular year. That makes sense.
Okay. Damien or Angela, what kind of direction do you need now?
So if there's any, if I can jump in, direction on or feedback on the policy. And then once we have that, then we need to additionally approve a resolution giving authority to move forward and engage the required persons to move this forward.
On the policy, can you clarify that?
So with the provided policy, I just wanted to make sure if there was any comments or directions or concerns, primarily where you would like direction. I know we have the percentages in there and we're going to bring back further defined percentages for goals. And we kind of discussed that a little bit. And I believe we're kind of more around the 92 to 82% was kind of thrown out there, I believe, as far as funding goals. Maybe it's more of a 85, 95, just so we have numbers in there when we bring back the final where you go, now we really want to do, now that we have the adjusted actuarials from CalPERS for 2020, we actually are more comfortable with a lower goal or a higher goal. So that's one of those options within the policy. And then just really a thumbs down, thumbs up maybe on the policy.
And I'll just add, this is just initial thoughts. We will be also thinking about it too and coming back with a final recommendation at a later meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Ford?
Sorry, so issues of percent to refinance, I would call it refinance, but refund seems to be the term. It feel to me like they need more, I need more input from Dimitri on kind of why and what benefits are. I feel like I'd just be picking a number out of a hat right now to give opinion on whether 85 or 90% is the right number. I have no idea, especially given a 21% return this year and what that's going to happen. So I don't want to try to have that discussion right now on the percent. The policy mostly looks fine. I worry about the real specifics about how to spend savings, because I worry that if we do this repeatedly, if we refund UAL at every opportunity, as the policy suggests, we use savings to refund additional UAL, then tracking that, what our UAL payments would have been if we had never done which bout of refinancing, just sort of how to track that and how to talk about what, I worry about how the specifics of that work. It feels to me like it's written from the perspective of having done one round of refinancing, but once we get into several rounds, I'm worried about interpreting the policy.
Councilmember Harvey.
I had generally no issues with the policy. I thought it was a good start. I'm with Councilmember Ford. I need a little bit more data before I hone in on specific numbers that need to be in the policy, but generally it looked like a pretty good start. And as I stated, back when we had our presentation a while ago, I think it's really important to have that so that, 10 years from now, those that come after us kind of know what our intentions were and where our thoughts were. So these savings don't get willy-nilly used for, other things, that the intention is really to kind of keep moving forward on these unfunded liabilities.
So can Can we move forward with a resolution on this, Angela, without that specific?
Yes, that was great direction, both from Councilmember Ford and Susan Harvey.
Okay, Ben, another question?
No, I was just preparing to make the motion.
Oh, I would certainly entertain a motion.
All right, I move a resolution of the City Council of our preliminary intention to proceed with financing of part or all of the city street improvement project and outstanding unfunded accrued liability to the California Public Employees Retirement System, and appointing the necessary consultants in connection therewith.
I would second that motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dimitri, Angela, Damian.
Thank you very
A
much.
lot of numbers. So now we will move on to our regular agenda item 12C, Climate Safe California. And Mr. Obid, you're doing that one?
Yeah, so I'll make it really brief, but basically there is on this item, there's an attached template letter that is essentially asking the governor and the state legislature to do more to support climate goals and solutions. And there's a legislative summary attached as well as the platform and so forth. But I will, and just to be extremely brief, that's in a nutshell is seeking permission to send that template letter to state legislators and the governor to encourage them to make faster progress with climate change issues. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions. That's it.
Thank you. I can't imagine any of the council would be opposed to that, but if there's any questions, now's the time. And I don't see any right now, so we'll open it up for public comment.
I apologize, Mayor Moore. There was some sort of glitch in here. Were we headed to public comment?
We are, please.
Thank you. And to our attendees tonight, Lorianne Barber, go ahead.
Hi again. I applaud you all for your service to our city, and I wish you had put this agenda item in front of the other one. Anyway, I want to encourage you all very strongly to pass that or sign on to this resolution and send the letter. I work for the Climate Center who initiated this, although I'm speaking here for myself personally, and I just want to, thank you so much for considering this. I think it's really important. And it's great for as many municipalities and people to sign on. I just want to briefly say that the guiding principles of this document are that it's based on the latest science, and California's goals for its greenhouse gas reductions are outdated, not looking to do major things until 2045, which is really too late. The platform is also based on having a just transition for the workers and such that might be displaced as we move away from fossil fuels. And also the the platform is based on climate justice. So acknowledging that lower income and peoples of color are often the most impacted, and we need to make sure that we take care of them. I also want to, I think, most of the city council members have already signed on, although many of you did it as citizens. If you'd like to be recognized as government officials, I can update that for you. And I just want to encourage all the members of the staff as well as citizens of Cotati to sign on to this. At the moment, I think over 1,300 people have signed on, and the more there's power in numbers. So anybody can go to theclimatecenter.org and sign on. So again, thank you so much for your consideration of this important item.
Thank you, Lorianne. Any other public comment, Ms. Burgess?
I see no other raised hands. That will end public comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey?
Yes, I would like to take Lorianne up on her offer to update the information. So if you could update my information on there, that would be appreciated.
And if we have no further questions or comments, I would certainly entertain a motion on this.
I'll move that the resolution of the City Council of the City of Cotati asking the state to accelerate climate action timelines.
Would second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, could you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. And now I believe it's time for our city manager's report.
Yes, so I will, I'll give you just a real quick overview. I'm not gonna give you the full report tonight. I won't do that to you guys. So just the stuff you need to know about before the next meeting.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. I want to make sure that we don't miss anything on a procedural. On our previous votes, we said if we were going to go
after 11.
Okay, then we would have to have a motion to continue past 11.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was thinking I'd have less than 3 minutes and we'll get it done. So on my report, see you guys.
Well, perfect. Good incentive.
Yeah. All right. So starting next Wednesday, August 4th, there's going to be a mobile COVID testing site available to St. Joseph's Park and Ride lot. And that's every Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. through Sonoma County Health. The tests are free, no out-of-pocket costs. So spread the word if you know anyone that needs a test. Drought update, just so you know, as of July 25th, the city has used 31% less water from Sonoma Water through a combination of conservation and well local supply. So our target's 20, so right now we're trending well. Next Tuesday, August 3rd, the police and city staff are hosting the 5th National Night Out event in La Plaza Park for free dinner and a movie in the park. They're showing Tom and Jerry. And then August 14th, just a reminder, 28th Annual Cotati Kids Day Festival and Parade is on for that day. So I will just leave it at that for now, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Obid? I do not see any. Okay, now we have city council. Would anyone like to make a motion that we extend past 11?
So moved.
Second.
So
I think we need this to do the closed session as well. So
correct. Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, could you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
yes.
Mayor Landman. Sorry, it's late. Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, city council member reports. Councilmember Ford.
Just real quick, Russian River Watershed Association Board met, and obviously drought is still the biggest topic, but other programs are starting to come back to post-COVID life, including Creek Week, which is scheduled for September 21 to 25. It came up earlier in the Daily Acts conversation, but we are definitely hoping that most of those will be in-person events this year.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Just quick report that we met at our first ad hoc committee. Laura and I met and hashed out some details of what the committee will do, and we are looking forward to holding a community meeting in late August to get feedback from the community. So we are making progress.
Terrific. no other council member reports. I do have a continuum of care on the homelessness issue meeting Thursday at 7:15 in the morning. Brutal. And that's all I have to report out right now. Now we'll move to public comment on non-action agenda items. Do we have anybody in the public that wants to discuss that?
Looking to our attendees tonight, please be sure to use your raise hand icon. And that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. Any information received after the agenda was posted? Other than
Nothing
what we
further.
already discussed? Okay. Let's see. Okay, now we will move to closed session regarding real property negotiations with David McDonald and City Cotati and Ronald J. Barrios and City of Cotati. So let's move to our closed session and then we'll come back and report out after that. So I believe Mr. Obid sent us a different link and we'll jump onto that. Shall we keep this one open?
For report out, yes. Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, John, you shouldn't keep it open. If you leave this meeting, go to the other one.
getting dizzy going between these meetings. Okay, so we have come back from closed session at, what do we got? 11:16, and we have nothing to report out, and I will go ahead and adjourn our meeting. Thank you all very much. Have a nice evening, and we will catch you soon.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Goodbye.
Bye.